All right, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. If you're popping in and I'm talking, do give me a thumbs up or let me know that you can hear me. Greatly appreciate it. Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy first full week of June 2023. Can't believe we're already in the throes of June. Summertime. Running a little bit behind schedule this morning, getting things set up. I just was in the little captain's room and was like, "Oh, I gotta get the stream started." Anyway, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I'm your host and Parasox Airline Captain. Morning, Spider Steve, Uncle B. And today we are back in the DC-6. Hopefully, lessons learned from the last time we flew this plane. I think, because I did review, and Spider Steve has been kind of reviewing my video as well as to what happened. So I think we're in better shape this time, or we will be. I just got a little too, focused on getting the autopilot system going and all that, and my climb out was too erratic and things were just not going well. So today I'm going to have to focus. I've got the checklist already up behind my tab here for the stream. So I'm going to have to, I want to double check all of that before, while I climb out, make sure that I'm doing everything correctly. So once we're in the air and on our way to our first nav point right there, 300 and, let me look at this again, 385 nautical miles away, then we'll, I got to double check that. Almost forgot that too. See, it would have been on the wrong server. It's weird. I can change it to anything else, but when I go to Southeast Asia, it won't let me change it. There we go. So there's the ocular proof. We are on the Southeast Asia server. That's the one that I prefer to be on when I fly. Today's route. So we do have the live weather on. It's not very cloudy. No storms or anything, so I think we're going to be okay getting through the clouds. We're going to probably get up to about 12,000 feet, and we'll level off there, and we'll just keep on keeping on until we're there in Abidjan. I think I'm pronouncing that correct. I hope I am. If I'm not, I apologize if my pronunciation of Abidjan is not on the up and up. Anyway, so yeah, so once we take off, we're gonna head away from our route. We're gonna taxi on over to 3-6. We're gonna set up for a wet takeoff. I'm gonna fill the tanks all the way up this time. I'm not trusting the 50% fuel because, yeah, it just seemed like we were close to running out. So I'm gonna fill it up all the way. We're going to do the wet takeoff again. Probably going to go straight out a little bit, although we won't see these nav points because we won't put them in the system. We're going to climb out over the water, and then we're going to hang a right turn, come back around, get back on track, and and then we'll be on our way to Abidjan. So it says about 4 hours total flight. I'm hoping we get there a little bit quicker. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. But then we'll start, because we're not doing an IFR flight, we'll start just doing a little bit of a descent once we get to Rob, and between Rob and San Pedro, and then we'll continue our descent all the way into here. We'll probably do a left pattern entry, I would imagine. So I'm kind of thinking ahead for that once we're near Diap, the airport there. Felix Houphouet, but I'm once we're near Felix, I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's just I don't even want to. I think it's French, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It sounds French, but I could be wrong. Anyway, so yeah, that's what we got today. Wednesday. So I'm trying to get back to a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule for right now. Wednesday we're gonna take off from here, and it's only like an hour and a half or so to here, and then we're gonna go from there. There's an island right there. There's a pretty decent sized airport that I think can handle the DC-6, and we'll go there. So we're due 2 flights on Wednesday. Um, yeah, and then Friday we'll be back in the Tomcat. We make what I think for the Tomcat flight, we're gonna fly from Oceania again in the Grim Reapers. We'll talk more about because there was some stuff about the Grim Reapers that I didn't really when we flew it down to the Pensacola that I didn't really talk about. So we're gonna fly down. There's an Air Force base right near Pensacola Naval Air Station. Eglin Air Force Base is where the Grim Reapers went next. I think it's right. Yep, there it is, right there, right there. So we're gonna go down there, and then the following Friday we'll do we'll I'll take it from there. So I got some stuff planned for Fridays that I think will be pretty cool. So next week though it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Friday because Wednesday I have an appointment in the morning and it would be kind of hard to do a flight. I'd have to get up ridiculously early to do the stream, and but then it's like I'd be worried that I'm going to miss my appointment on Wednesday morning. So, um, but if you guys haven't heard or haven't been paying attention in the Discord, feel physical therapy is done and over with. It's over. Don't have to worry about it anymore. I've got enough mobility back in that they're pretty happy with it. So that's done. And then the so don't have to worry about that. And but we got some other stuff to talk about once we're in the air and on our way. Just some other things that I've just been thinking about and want to talk about once we're in the air. And then yeah, and so we're gonna try to get back to a Monday, Wednesday, Friday streaming schedule. And of course, I've been working with my good friend Mick. We did a flight. We've been doing the Iron Maiden tour flights. His sim is way better now that he's updated his system. Um, so trying to squeeze the time in for that. Not that that's a problem. Don't start getting all fussy, Mick. It's okay. Uh, to squeeze the time in with him because he streams that, and I'm just in the voice chat. Uh, so we're the next flight will be whenever he's ready to do from Krakow, Poland to Nantes Atlantique uh, over in France. Uh, Shoot, darn near Normandy actually. Oh, yeah, he's a lifelong Iron Maiden fan. He loves the band. He loves the fact that Bruce is a real world pilot and it could fly pretty much whatever. I don't know what he's rated up to be honest. I don't know what he's rated at, but he is a real world pilot himself, and big aviation fan. So yeah, he's we're following as much as possible the European tour that's I think kicking off, or if it hasn't already. So we're working on that. So all right, a few more minutes. I'm going to spawn in. We're going to get everything set up, and we'll be on our way in the DC-6. Speaking of which, real quick before I spawn in and get the aircraft started up and all that, PMDG is working on the livery packs for the DC-6 and the 737. There were some issues that Microsoft had to tell them about that's kind of delayed the process. So they've had to go back in. They think within the next week or so they'll have it resubmitted. According to PMDG, Microsoft understands the urgency of the matter, I guess, and they're very keen on getting the delivery packs out to the Xbox community or the anybody on the PC who bought the planes directly from the marketplace. Um, so I'm guessing that's mainly the Xbox folks, but there may have been a few that are on the PC that had to buy it from the marketplace in-sim marketplace instead of for whatever reasons. I don't know. So yeah, livery packs are coming for those planes. So if you have either one or both, whatever you have, the liveries are coming here hopefully very soon. Uh, yeah, it should be, but apparently, uh, they're saying it was Microsoft that's forcing the charge $5. I don't know that that's necessarily the truth, but it is what it is. I you know, if you want deliveries, they're like five. I think there's $4.99 minimum they have to charge. Like that's the lowest that they can set it at. I do agree though that they should be free, but businesses being businesses. Good morning, Joseph. Hey, there's Mr. Sexy Pizza. That's your new nickname now, Joseph. Mr. Sexy Pizza. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's people are not gonna, you know, if you're it's nobody's forcing you. If you want them, you're gonna pay for it. But if not, if you can't be bothered, yeah, it's one of those. I don't know. I don't know what to say. So, uh, but anyway, so yeah, so the that's those are forthcoming here hopefully in the next week or so, a week or two, or hopefully well before the end of June, barring any other hiccups. But yeah, I like something different for the DC-6, especially because or yeah, well, the if you look online on their website, it technically is, but you're making up the discount by charging for the liveries. That's the but again, I PMDG saying it's Microsoft's fault. I'm sure Microsoft would be like, it ain't our fault. You made the decision. It, I don't know. They're both. I think they both have the, their their shenanigans. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and spawn in here before this gets into a. It's Monday. Let's not. I don't want to. I don't want to turn into arguments or whatever. But no, I get it. Most people are not too keen on the fact that you're getting charged for liveries. I don't think you should be, whether it's been in a Sobo plane or anything else. That stuff should be free. But there are people who do put a lot of time and effort into making them, and they should, unless they're really financially very well off, yeah, you could give some stuff away for free. But according to PMDG, they asked about that, and they're sticking to the story that it was not their choice to charge. They wanted it to be free for everybody, but yeah. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and get things set up here. And let's get the first, get some stuff dialed in here. The Garmin's all fired up. 11490. Oh, look at that, it's already. I think the what do you call it? The electronic flight bag is still being worked on for the for the 737. The universal flight bag for PMDG aircraft is still okay, and we want, let's zoom that out just a little bit. There we go. And let's get the, all right, and then we got the next one is going to be, oops, 11380. All right, perfect. There's that. All right, and let's go ahead and release that. That. Oh, we gotta put our fuel in also. Should have done that before we started the aircraft up. Passengers, let's. Oops. Five. Ooh. We are above our gross weight. There we go. Let's go down to 30 passengers. There we go. All right, let me get back to the Twitch channel here. Yeah, I know, Steve, but last time I put 50% in and it was like I was running out well before. So I'm just gonna put 100% in there, and you know, it is what it is. All right, let's talk to. That's interesting because I thought, is my co-pilot not awake this morning? I think my co-pilot's not awake this morning. Oh, well, let's go straight out. think my co-pilot is finally awake. Had to. All right, let me just get a sip of coffee. All right. Let's make sure all the flight instruments are working. All right, today's flight brought to you by Parasocks Airline. Parasocks, just because you have a pair of socks does not mean they have to match. Airline CEO, president, and pilot. CEO is a president. And pilot Scruffy Tam will show you his mismatched socks if you ask him nicely. He's finally kind of getting back into the swing of things. Streaming wise, although he almost forgot his anniversary last week or over the weekend. He was all set to fly and he was like, oh wait a minute, it's my wedding anniversary. Good thing he realized what he was about to get himself into if he had gone through with the flight. So good catch, Scruffy, good catch. Yeah, they said, well, and see, I was reading in the forums because that's one of those things, people have been talking about that too, Spider Steve, that so here's the deal. When a company starts talking about timelines because they're trying to be transparent and give information to their customers, right? The problem is when you delay that and you keep delaying it because there are things about coding software that many people don't quite understand all of the intricate details that go into the coding, right? So when people see a date or a time frame, they expect that. They don't allow for changes, right? And so then you have other companies who don't, they say, yeah, we're going to be working on this, and then they shut up and they don't say anything for like forever. So PMD, it's like they can't win for losing, right? They give a time frame, they get in trouble. They don't give a time frame, they get, people crap on them for that. So it's one of those things that people just don't have patience for. All right, I got to go all the way down there. So yeah, it's just, I mean, they can't win for losing, you know? That's the tricky part. Oh. But anyway, hopefully everybody's doing well. It's nice to be kind of getting back into the swing of things here, get back into flying and all that. I realized as I was looking, as I did create a flight plan over on FS Hub, although it doesn't always translate into a flight plan for the when I put in manually, it just says I went from here down to Abidjan, and so My my 3 waypoints along the way are not included, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm skipping some smaller countries along the way that I'm gonna have to come back and do some flying off stream in another plane or something just to make sure that I don't skip those places and I get credit for landing in some of the other countries along the way. So yeah, got some stuff to talk about once we're in the air, and then try to make the time go by quick. Good morning, Mick. How are you, good sir? There he is, Sir Stetson OBE, as I like to call him. Founding member of the Uncle B Sim channel. The man, the myth, the legend. Keep Mr. Sexy Pizza in line today, Mick. There's no telling what kind of insanity is going to come out of his mouth next. We're gonna swing. We're gonna turn here. I think we're gonna use that little. Looks like there's a little bit of a pathway there to. We'll swing the plane around. We're gonna line up. We're gonna try to make sure we use all the runway. My arm's fine, Mick. Arm's fine. It's just fine. It's as good as it's ever gonna be. That's the deal. It's never going to be 100% again. If it's 80%, it's 80%. That's the dealio. I can't get that 20% back unless I get a bionic arm, and that might be more painful than the original surgery. I asked. I said, "Hey, can we just lop it off and put the bionic arm on?" They just looked at me like I was crazy. Like, I'm serious. I want the bionic arm. Can I put that on the Christmas wish list? So yeah, I will be flying left-handed, I think, for the foreseeable future. Because that's just Oh, Joseph, that's like the pot calling the kettle black right there. I'm sure I'm more advanced in age than you and know how to look after my arm. Okay, goodness gracious, I'm fine. I can do a lot more than I could a month ago. Let's put it that way. I'm able to, I can feed myself now. I can wash my hair with my right hand. Before, I couldn't even get it up to the top of my head or anything. So, no, everything's fine. I wish you guys would stop worrying about it. It's fine. It's better than it was before, but the doctor told me, and the lovely PA said, the elbow will never be 100%. It's just not possible. All right. Oh, see what you started, Mick? Joseph, it's fine. All right. We want the wet takeoff. Let's put the brakes on first. Select wet.
Water injection.
All right. Here we go, folks.
On. 30 inches stabilize. 30 inches stabilize.
You know how Joseph gets in the chat, Nick. There we go.
30 inches stabilized. Cal flaps.
Cal flaps. Cal flaps set.
Full power, please.
Going full power.
It's going to be like a catapult shot. Oh, I'm fine, Mick. Yeah, I'm good.
Full power set.
All right, let's go. Yep, all good, Mick. All good. There we go. We are off and running.
Positive rate, gear up.
Gear
Clock
selected
is
up.
ticking, and as of now, we're keeping score.
Gear up, lights out.
Flaps up.
Flaps going up.
Meter power.
Setting meter power, 48 inches, 2600 RPM.
All right, let's go to the right. A little too steep
Meter
there.
power set.
Climb power.
Setting climb power. Climb power set.
After takeoff checklist, please.
After takeoff checks complete.
Up. Nose up. I think our speeds have been achieved this time. Keep hand flying it until we're on our way towards our first nav point. No, Mick. No, they can't go in and well, she did say the surgical PA said that would be if they were going to take anything out, it would be those screws that go right across the elbow joint itself. We don't want to go too steep on the climb. Yeah, she said those would be the only ones that they would think about taking out of my arm, but she said no, the rest. Otherwise, that hardware's staying there for the rest of my life. So it's everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, past getting close to 3,000. All right, let's get the. Yeah, it will be. That's for sure. All right, let's get the autopilot system on. Oops. On the track. All right, we need to set the heading of 150. Oh, let me get this stuff set. Oop, boy. All right, that seemed to have gone a lot better, I think. Oops. Ah. Ooh, what happened there? All right. Now it should. Nope, it is not getting us back on track. Okay, I know why. Now it's gone. Yeah, that's what she said. You know, when you go through, you're just gonna have to tell them I've got pins, and they can see the scar. Like the scar is still, it's not completely gone away, but it's there. for lack of a better term. So, all right, we're still climbing. This has gone a lot better than before. I think what happened was, and Steve kind of brought it up to me in some DMs recently, that the problem was is that I got a little too I was so keen on getting the autopilot on that I did not put have everything correct. So my climb out was not very smooth. That one was a lot better than it was before. Position lights on. Oh, I forgot to turn on the red lights. That's alright, we don't need the lights on. Alright, we're on our way. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot better than last time. And it's nice having the flight engineer handle like the landing gear and the flaps and everything. Yeah, that's fantastic. This allowed me to just worry about getting the aircraft up in the air and all that. So all right, so we have let's look at oh, we haven't even gotten the signal yet. Okay. Sure. Timber's up to date. Still 29904. What I figured I'd do today is we're going to kind of follow the coast along the way, so we have a bit of scenery. You know, we're going to be a bit over the land here once we get to our first nav point there. So I thought it would say how much miles is left. Okay, so we have 356 nautical miles to Gaia. And because the first leg was 385. So just climbing out and finally getting on the correct path here. We've already burned like 30 nautical miles just about. Yep, there's 30 nautical miles now in the air. So we're doing fine. And let's see where we at. So past 7, and we're slowly making our way up. We'll keep going. We'll get to about 10,000, I think, maybe 12. But we don't have a set altitude today, but I think maybe 10 or 12. I think 12 will level it off at 12. So we got a nice steady climb right there. A lot better than last time. I heard another Steve above me. I thought you were flying with me, Steve. Where are you? I thought you were I thought I saw you parked next to me. Was that you? See another above. Yeah, I don't see you. That's odd. Huh. Yeah, I don't see you anywhere. I didn't change my settings. I mean, I hear you, but yeah, it's like you're not there at all. Yeah. That's weird. Alright, let's get a... You must be like really just right above me, and it's just like you're invisible or something. I don't know. Like I can hear another aircraft. Behind me. Yeah, I don't see you at all, and I didn't change my settings. That's weird. Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't see you. Let me make sure my settings didn't change. No, we're on Southeast Asia. Yeah, it says you're... Huh. Okay. Oh. Alright, nearing 9,000 feet. Yeah, we can just keep going to 12. Yeah, I don't see the... Well, hold on. Let me look at my general options, because Lord knows something might have changed. Traffic. Oh, there it is. There we go. Something did get changed. I don't know how that happened, but there we go. Alright, 341 nautical miles to go. Oh, we'll check that. We should get the number here. I don't think it's a very high-powered VOR DME, but it's fine. I don't know why that got changed, but yeah, I see it now. I don't know how that got changed, because I didn't change it before. Yeah, you never know. The Sobo doing the Sobo things. As somebody said in Scruffy's stream the other day. I do want to give a shout out to the Soxiest streamer out there. Scruffy Tam. He's getting back into it. He said, well, now it's 16 days and some odd hours before he goes down to Flight Sim, so I'm sure he's going to try to stream between now and then. So do follow him over on Twitch, because I think he's going to try to live stream. He's going to post stuff later on, but keep an eye on him during Flight Sim. He's going to be there at Flight Sim Expo. He's hosting a panel. He's gonna do all kinds of stuff. So keep an eye on him during the Flight Sim weekend. So and then of course my bro across the pond. He flies. He plays FIFA. He plays Space Engineer. We do Farm Sim 22 together. So give him a follow over there. as we call Twitch, the Posh channel, because it's a much better viewing experience over on Twitch than it is on YouTube. So whatever he's doing, watch him over on Twitch, so you can actually see all the action as it happens. High definition shenanigans. Put the flight stick down for now. Oh, there we go. Much better. Much more gooder, as I like to say. Yeah, he does all kinds of different stuff. He does farming together with Bex. They call it the teenage farm. Whereas Farm Sim 22 is the adult farm. So, yeah, you want to watch what they get up to. Hey, Infidel Farmer, how are you? Nice to see you. How is training going? I didn't get a chance to ask last night because Scruffy was quite busy in the chat, and the chat was moving very quickly because he's, more people are getting drawn to his channel, like when Factual Goal raids and all that. It's kind of hard to keep up with the chat and all, but you were doing a lot of shouting. He kept you busy last night. I think you need to ask for a raise, Fireman. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's going well, and the light at the end of the tunnel is near. But yeah, you were busy last night, so I should have probably just whispered to you on Twitch just to see how things are going. All right, let's get ready to level off here. Set our cruising speed, cruising power. Yeah, this has been fantastic now. It's nice when you just, if you go back and you look, or somebody just says, hey, if you think about it like this. Thank you, Spider Steve. I greatly appreciate your help and the DMs and giving me a little bit more insight, maybe what I did wrong last time. So yeah, you need to submit a what do you call it? A petition for Scruffy to increase your pay, there, Fireman.
Set cruise power, please.
Setting cruise power.
Get to work, flight engineer. Gee whiz. Then they give me a week to move. Then they do a week to move. You got, oh wow.
Cruise power is set.
So you got to relocate then. Holy cow. That's insane.
Cruise checks are complete.
A crusty salute for the automated flight engineer. Doing a fantastic job this time, finally. I'm about to fire the whole flight crew. Dang, that's crazy. Well, sometimes that's always a good thing to move and start fresh somewhere. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Is the auto feather on? Well, everything seems to be fine, so we won't worry about that. Yeah, I don't blame you. I would be excited too if I was relocating, got a new job, and all that good stuff. Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to have a fresh start somewhere. Well, good for you, man. Good for you. That's awesome. So Steve, should I put on the auto feathering? I mean, I can switch it on. I don't know if I need to because it seems like we're doing okay. Yeah. He'd probably just laugh at you like, what raise? You don't need a raise. Doing this out of the kindness of your own heart. I know. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if I needed to or not. I didn't turn them. I don't know if they were on or not during the climb out. But, well, there we go. We are cruising right along here now. 12,000 feet. There we go. Right along the coast of Africa. Yeah, he might go like, oh, I got to keep an eye on Uncle B now. He's trying to get my employees to. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't check to see if it was on even. If AFE had turned them on when we were on the ground spinning up the engines before I let the brakes go and we took off. Yeah. Yeah, it's, so we can talk about a couple things now that we're cruising along at 12,000 feet. We have roughly 304 nautical miles to Gaia. We'll just leave that right there so we can keep an eye on our distance and all that. It's interesting now that a lot of people's lives are technically going to get back to normal post-pandemic, and that it's a lot of people who were streaming for the last couple of years just to kind of have some kind of interaction with people and all that. Now it's become much harder now that life's kind of, good morning, Amela, getting back to normal. That the people that you normally look for streaming aren't doing it as often as they used to, or it's like, well, I got to work during the week. Then you have things at home to do. It's a lot of people are kind of having to readjust their schedule, their lives, because now they got to go. They're back at the office basically, and that's a good thing. But it's I think people now are kind of missing that time where you do, like Scruffy would stream on Tuesday mornings and he's doing the Turbine Tuesday with the Vision Jet. Well, he's a little bit busier now than he was before, so the streaming takes a back seat. And he's working out, he's lost some weight. He's lost a lot of weight. If you go back to 6 months ago and look at Scruffy and look at him now, you could definitely tell that he's lost some weight, which is fantastic, right? But yeah, now that people are kind of getting back to a normal life, for lack of a better term, it's a lot of the streamers just aren't. I know Captain Arash has had to cancel streams. You know, he's been busy at work, or him and Emma are, you know, they're traveling a little bit more now and getting out. And, yeah, so I think we're reaching that point again where people are kind of, as much as they enjoyed streaming, they're kind of like, yeah, I got life to live, and that's priority. You know, I got to pay the bills, you know, over streaming. So yeah, but anyway, so yeah, so for those of you who don't know, if you don't follow me over on the Discord, and here's the link if you don't already follow. It's not a very chatty Discord. It's mainly my way of keeping everybody kind of up to date if I have to miss a stream or if I have to cancel things or whatever. It's you know, I try to post something in there. I try to give you enough time if you're gonna join me that, you know, hey, I'm gonna go. No, I don't work. I'm just, everything kind of got put on hold for me because of the injury. And so now that physical therapy's over, I can kind of get back to some kind of a schedule, but at the same time, you know, it's nice not having to worry about a stream and put all the work in, you know, coming up with a flight plan and something interesting and, you know, something fun or whatever. You know, it's a lot of work when you're streaming on a regular basis, and somebody like Mick who's a variety gamer, that's a lot more work too, because it's like, well, I want to play this, but, you know, I want to showcase this game, and, you know, it's like, it's a lot of stuff that people go through to stream. And when you have viewers who are very demanding, oh, looks like we finally got our, nope, not yet. You know, they get demanding about, you know, well, how come you don't do this, and I want to see this. You're just like, holy crap, I just, you know, like Mick last week with Bex, 9 hours on Farming Together. 9 hours straight. I think Bex took a short break, maybe Mick did, but it was like they were on it. They kept going for 9 hours straight. And what happens? Mr. Sexy Pizza comes in. Oh, keep going. I know he's joking, but it's like, it's funny, but it's not. It's like, I just spent 9 hours doing this. Are you insane? Come on now. So, but I think people, you know, there are people who are going to, oh, well, I mean, things are normal for me, you know, but as normal is going to get, but I don't, you know, it's not like I go, you know, the only thing I was doing was I've lost 6 followers on here because I haven't streamed in 6 months, and it's like, yeah, exactly, Fireman. That's exactly it. You know, and I know I lost ad revenue because I wasn't streaming regularly, but now that, because I was like, well, I took last week off because I wasn't 100% sure what the PA was going to say when I went to talk to her the last time. She might have said, yeah, we got to go back in there, we got to break this thing again and adjust it. I didn't know, and she's like, no, it's not necessary. She said if there had been absolutely no mobility back in my elbow, then she would have been worried. Then they would have had to talk about another surgery. But because I have some, you know, I've got about 100 degrees of flexion. 110 is preferred, but she said, if you got 100 degrees of flexion right now, on a good day, if that's what you have, I'm happy with that. As long as you're happy, you feel like you can do most things that you could do before, then we don't need to do anything else. I'm like, okay, cool. Works for me. So, I mean, but I'm also realistic. Like normal isn't. I have a new normal now. My right elbow is never going to be 100%. I can, like she said though, I can do most things. I can wash my hair. I can brush my teeth. I can eat. I can, I not that I could lift like 100 pounds on my elbow on my right arm, but she said you can lift some stuff and if you keep doing some stretches and everything, you may get a few more degrees out of it. You may not, but you're good. So it's being happy with the new norm and accepting that new norm and saying, okay. And I think that's part of the problem now is some people have their new norm. They're going back to the office. They're working. They're not working at home anymore. And some people don't quite accept that for whatever reasons. They're unhappy that some people are they're moving on with their lives. And it's like, wait, what about me? Well, what about you? What about you? I got, like you said, you got bills to pay. You can't stop what you're doing to make everybody else happy, because they're never going to be satisfied with what you're doing, right? They're always going to complain about something. So, but that, kind of parlaying what I was going to talk about. So last month I got a message from a student that I had tutored in beginning photo. And he graduated from the university across town. And he sent me some pictures of when he... Yeah, it is, because you got used to doing your, working from home and having all the comforts of home right there at your fingertips. Whether it was you have your own stock refrigerator, you have your own bathroom, But yeah, now it's like, now you got to go back, you have to readjust again. But anyway, so this, this person had messaged me saying, thanks for the help and all that. And it really, I tell you, I kind of got a little choked up because, here's somebody that I'd never known before. Yeah, exactly. And I, when his instructor for beginning photos said, hey, can you tutor him and all that? And I said, yeah. And, when you spend the time helping somebody that you've never known in your entire life, this is just you're meeting this person and you're like, I'll help you and all that. And they kind of like what Infidel Farman was saying earlier about that all that knowledge that's being thrown at him in this school that he's in right now for his job. Some people are like, just keep feeding me the information. I need, tell me whatever you can tell me. And other people, they ask for the information, you go, here you go, and they're like, well, can't you sort the information for me? No. What do you mean? I thought you're my tutor, or I thought you were my instructor. You have to take that knowledge in, right? And that's what this person did. Now I think I don't know, and I think that they're on the spectrum, but they do have some, they have some issues, but they persevered through it, right? They did the work themselves. Whereas other people, when I tutor them, they're like, well, can you do this for me? I'm like, no, that's not what this is for. I'm not here to do the work for you. I'm here to help you with all the stuff, like beginning photo, the theories behind stuff and all that. That's what I'm here to do. And, like over the weekend, we had a new person come into our clan on Div 2. And they were like, can somebody help me? And so of course I reached out and was like trying to to ask them what specifically that they need help with, but they didn't respond. And then later in the day, when I popped back into the game, they were running with one of the other persons in the clan, and so I joined them. And so we got to talking, and it turns out this person's from Switzerland. They were a bit nervous that English is not their first language, and I said, no, you're fine. Give us the opportunity to talk to you, and if we can, then we can sort out if we don't quite understand the question, for instance. And so it worked out fine, so. But yeah, they were a bit nervous, but everything worked out fine in the end. But I told him, and he was like, I got it. I said, don't be lazy in the game. Come in and do the work, and then people will be willing to help you. It's when you come in and go like, help me, and you're not coming in on your own and doing the work, on your own sometimes. That's when people are like, okay, you're just looking for a handout, And that's the difference, I think, for a lot of people, is that they want a handout. They want people to do all the work and just, can you give me stuff? Well, what are you doing to help yourself? And I know a lot of times when I'm talking about stuff like this, I know it goes over some people's heads. They're just like, what's he rambling on about? But think about it. People will help you if they see you help yourself. They'll put that time in with you. But if they get the sense, like I was thinking over the weekend, yes and no are equally powerful words, right? When somebody says, hey, can you help me? And you're saying yes, Switzerland, Abella. Because we've had a lot of people from Holland that have joined the game and joined the clan, but I said, are you wouldn't happen to be from Holland? And he said, oh, no, I'm from Switzerland. I said, oh, okay, my bad. I said, I apologize. I said, we've had a lot of new. Oh, don't go too far, Steve. I'm going to get a picture right there. There we go. But, when you say yes to helping somebody, you see the value in them as a person, right? And you're willing to spend the time with them to help them, right? That's the important part. But if they're not willing to, I know sometimes things can be very overwhelming, but it's like you gotta put some time in yourself. You gotta do things on your own too. If you make a mistake, it's okay, right? If you're like, oh, I tried it, like flying. The last time I flew this, I was all over the place. Spider Steve reached out to me and said, hey, I've looked and I think this is what's happened. Think about these things. And then I looked at the checklist over the weekend and I was like, okay, I think I know where I screwed up. And he validated where I screwed up, right? If I had just sat there and not done anything, the homework as I call it, right? If I'd done that, then I wouldn't have learned from the mistakes from last time. It's important to go back and go like, yeah, I screwed up and here's where I screwed up at, right? As I put in Scruffy's channel the other day on his Discord, he was really excited. He did a stream with Captain Arash, and Captain Arash taught him all about the PMD G737. And he was ecstatic, and he had like a lot of people watching, a lot of people viewing. I mean, it was a very popular video, really popular stream. And he said, yeah, I'm learning. And I said, if you're not learning, then what's the point? It doesn't matter how old you are, you're always capable of learning something. That's the trick, right? That's the deal. And he, it's like the great thing about like whether it's flight simming or aviation in general, motorsports, whatever. You can lose yourself in those things because you can like just, there's all this knowledge out there. You can just focus on one plane, like the DC-6 for instance, and there's a whole wealth of information about the history of the DC-6 out there. And you can just learn everything possible, within reason of course, about the DC-6, and you can tell people about the DC-6, right? Same thing with a 737 or an A320. You can talk all about the history of Airbus, what led to the A320. Motorsports, same thing. You could talk about Ferrari, for instance, as a manufacturer. You could talk about McLaren. You could talk about all kinds of different stuff. And that's a great thing. And you could, how you do that is entirely up to you. Because there's always something, just when you think, oh, I've learned everything there is to know about Ferrari. No, that takes a long time. But you can spend your life just soaking in that knowledge. You could just pick one car from Ferrari and learn all about that car. Or you could learn about Ferrari overall, right? But you got to put the work in. But there's going to be people along the way that you're going to be, who are going to be like, hey, let me teach you, or let me tell you about this particular year in Ferrari history. Let me tell you about this particular year in the history of Douglas aircraft. There's always something to learn. But a lot of people now, they don't want to learn. They're just like, But that's the joy of life in a lot of cases, is just spending the time learning and you know, because it helps you grow as a person, you know, and that's the great thing. Otherwise, it's kind of like, well, then what are you doing? What's it all about then? You gotta do the work on your own sometimes. And if you make a mistake, it's okay. You know, I thought, we'll use Ferrari for instance, right? There's a car that looks very much like a 250 GTO, the one from 1961, 1962. Oh, good. Did you have to go back and look again, Amila? It's okay. There's a car that looks very similar, but it's called a 330. And I'm like, no such thing as a 330. Well, I was wrong. Once I did the research, I was like, oops. There is such a thing as a 330 LMB. It just looks like a 250 GTO. Right? It's okay to learn. It's better to learn and go like, you know, I was wrong. I made a boo-boo, and I was wrong. There is such a thing. That's okay, Amela. That's okay. You know, so it's okay to. That's the thing is, you know, if you make a mistake and you're like, oh, somebody's crazy, I think they mislabeled this. There's no such thing as. No, there is. They're pretty rare, right? But if you're not willing to do the work yourself, you can't. Well, I guess what I was trying to get back to, the whole yes and no thing. People will say yes up to a point, but pretty soon they're going to realize that you're just, what's the word? Piggybacking off of their work. And they're going to start to say no. No is equally powerful, because that person, when they say no, it's because you don't value them. You've not valued their time and their effort to help you. If you don't, then that's when people are gonna start to say no more often. And then you're gonna be like, but at some point you have to do stuff on your own. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. If it's a game, it doesn't cost you anything other than the time that you spent, but you made it. Like, Mick, we've made plenty of mistakes on FS22. We thought we were doing the right thing, for instance, but it turns out that we made mistakes and we're bouncing back from those mistakes. Oh, okay. Yep, that's where we're headed to today, Miller. Yeah. So, yeah, we still got a long ways to go. We're not even at our first nav point yet. We got 100, oh, still not showing yet. 217 nautical miles to our first nav point. So yeah, it's very the words are equally powerful. It says that when people get used to hearing you say yes, and that first time you say no, they're like, they get all hot. You're like, oh, oh, oh. Well, you got too comfortable with me saying yes. I have to say no sometimes. You have to be willing to hear the word no. But it's true, Joseph. If you think about it, people, if somebody tells you no, you go, oh, but you have to be. I see now. Yeah. No, that was coincidental. Yeah. The second down point is ROB. Yeah. It should be Gaia, then no, and then Rob. I mean. Oh, Joseph. Come on. But you. I guess what I'm trying. If you won't do the work yourself, there's going to come a point where people are going to start to tell you no. You have to be able to stand on your own 2 feet sometimes. That's what I'm trying to get to. If you don't do that, then what's the point? Exactly. I'm not trying to point out to you, Joseph. I'm not trying to pick at you, but I'm just saying in general what I've noticed is people get comfortable with it, and I've had it myself. I would, if somebody says, hey, can you help me? Or, this needs to happen. I need somebody to take care of this. Okay, I'll do it. When I was in the military, people got used to me, oh, there's a mission. Who wants to go? I'll go. Okay. And then when it's like, okay, can I have a break? Right? Everybody's like, no, what do you mean you want a break? Well, I've been going on all these missions. Can I have a break? No. But I've been saying yes all this time. What about my yes? When is somebody going to say yes to me and take over for a bit so I can have a bit of a break? People used to be saying yes, but they were happy to say no to me. So I'm like, okay, now I see how it is. This is a one-way street. You needed stuff done. I took care of it, but now when I need you to... Yes, there you go, Farmer. That's exactly it. Bingo. That level of entitlement. That's exactly it. It's like, no, you gotta... Somebody has to tell you no every so often. Because then it's like you have to figure things out and say, okay, so somebody told me no, how am I going to make this happen? Don't sit there and go like, oh, they said no, and I guess I'm just stuck here. Yeah. I hate asking for help. There was times where I had to go to a food pantry. And I was embarrassed because I'm just like, man, this sucks. But they were just like, hey, we need help. We got you. What do you need? What can we do to help you? But I never, if you need help, don't take more than what you need. right? There's somebody out there that may need a little bit more than you. Take what you know you can survive on. But some people don't even do that. They're like, well, just give me everything. It's like, do you really need everything? Think about it. Do you really need everything? No. But some people feel like they got it. They need everything, even though they know they get home and they're just like, oh, I didn't really need this. Why'd you take it? You know? Why'd you ask for it? It's hard. It sucks doing a lot of times doing the stuff on your own. And I told the guy from Switzerland. I said, I know sometimes you're going to want, if you wait for every other people to get on, you're never in Div 2, right? If you wait for other folks in the clan to get on so that you could do stuff, you're never going to move forward. If you always constantly wait for people to say, yeah, I'll help you with this, or yeah, we can do this, or whatever, you're going to be disappointed, and then they're going to feel used. Just like when I was a kid, if I waited for my friends to come, like my next door neighbors, who were a little bit younger than I was, to play, well, I was always going to be disappointed because they're like, I don't want to do that today. I don't want to play this. I don't want to do this or that or whatever, right? So what did I learn to do? Well, then I'll just do my own thing. Yeah, you can't expect people to always be there to essentially bail you out, to always be there to do stuff with you. You have to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. And then when people see that, they're happy to come back and like, hey, you know what? I got some time coming up. Let's do this thing together. And you're like, okay, cool. But if you're not doing the work on your own and figuring things out on your own, yeah, people are just going to be like, yeah, no, can't be bothered. All right, 189 nautical miles left. Ooh, we got a heck of a little bit of, ooh, wow, it's, uh-oh. Oh boy, that was really turning. Something happened there. Okay. Uh-oh, all right, there's that bell. I gotta get this. Hold on a second, folks. All right, autopilot's on. Whew. Boy, that was kind of crazy. Uh-oh, we're losing. We went above 12,000. We started to climb. Okay. Get back close to 12,000 again. Might have to shut the systems off. Back again. Yep. All right. Yep. I see it. The red light. Okay. We got to recycle the system, folks. 1 second, folks. Let's get this sorted, and we should be okay. All right. See, now it's like going. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, gotta recycle. But the joint say, yeah, I know, Nick. I get you. It's all right. It seems like there's either a we must have a really big crosswind right here. All right, we're back on track. All right. I think the system, it was starting to churn hard right, even though we're nowhere near our nav point for us to make any kind of a turn. So I don't know, I just reset the system and it's back. It's fine. Yeah, otherwise I don't know, but we got it. We're good. All right, see, now this is what worries me. Oopsie. Okay, so we're on the track. All right, we're good. I think there's just a crosswind. Yeah, I know, Nick. That's okay. Stuff happens when you party naked in the UK. Yeah, we're fine now, Steve. I think there's just a big crosswind here. So I think that's what it is. But we're fine. We're fine. On the nav page, you can push. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of was just we hit a bit of turbulence and some crosswinds and all that. But we're fine. We got it sorted. So we're fine. I thought I had done something wrong and it wasn't correcting itself, but no, we're good. I think it's just we're hitting some bad error because I do have the live weather on, and so there might just be some turbulent error, but we're good. We're just fine. No, not yet. We still got a bit of ways to... That's what I thought too. I'm like, but it should be a left turn, not a right turn. Because our next heading is 142 from... Oops. Once we get to Gaia and head towards Rob. So we should be turning to the left, not to the right. Yeah. I think. Wait, or would we be turning to the right? Okay, so we're on a heading of 146 now, 15. Yeah, we should be turning to the left because that would be... yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but we're fine. We got it sorted. Yeah, if it had completely nosed over and there was nothing I could do to recover it, then I would have been worried. But we're fine. Glitch in the Matrix, yeah. That seems to happen a lot in this sim. Anyway, so yeah, I mean that student that went on to university and all that, they did the work, right? Now I don't know what their GPA was or anything like that, for instance, right? But they continued their journey and they did the work. And now they have a 4-year degree. They got a bachelor's. That's pretty darn good, I think. You know? So, you know, it's not like he contacted me all the time like, oh, I need, you know, like, no, he probably did get some help along the way. You know, there might have been some subjects that he had tutors for, but overall, he did the work on his own. He deserves his degree, right? He earned it. But I'm happy that I played a part in that journey and helped him realize that he had it in himself. And he probably knew that. It was just that sometimes you do need help along the way. But, you know, he made the journey on his own. Technically. He didn't give up. What else is there? Yeah, Indy 500 happened. A bit controversial there at the end, unfortunately. But that was the first Indy 500 I think I watched from flag to flag in ages. Not a big fan of the cars. Don't like the look of them. Not gonna lie, that whole windscreen thing just puts me right off. But it was a fantastic race. As Mick was saying, the great thing about IndyCar is there's more passing, not just passing in the pits, but actual passing on the track. It is a bit more exciting in that respect. Yeah, it was had some good wrecks too. Yes, oh boy. When that car went up in the air and got up in the fence and I was like, oh crap, that doesn't look good. But the driver was fine, you know. Maybe a few bumps and bruises and a little bit shaken, but to walk away from that's pretty fantastic. Whereas in the past, getting up in the fence line and then going upside down, that was a very serious accident. But yeah, it was good. The tire thing, the woman whose car got hit, that was crazy. that tire got loose and then the bounced over the wall, over the fence. Yeah. Wow. But yeah, it was a fantastic race. It really was. I really enjoyed it. I really wanted Ferrucci to win at the end. I was really hoping he was going to have, just on that last lap, that he was going to have enough to just get on the gas and just pass the two in front of him, Ericsson and Newgarden. And just, I really wanted Foyt to win it, but I'm glad that the captain won. I really am. I have an extreme dislike for Ganassi racing. I really do. Not a big fan. Sad to see Tony Kanaan retire. Glad I got to see him race in IndyCar and in the American Le Mans series years ago. He's a great driver, great person. Yeah, I'm glad I got to see him race in person. Twice, actually, 3 times, because I got to see him IndyCar at Sonoma ALMS at Sebring and Laguna Seca. Yeah, yeah, he's a great driver. Yeah, I did watch that race, although it was interesting because I, I had watched the beginning in the first, like 100 laps or so, and then I was like, it's typical NASCAR. Things seem to be pretty standard. And then I caught the end of the race, the last like 20 laps or so, and I saw the accident. And so when Darrell Waltrip won, and he said, I hope Dale's okay. And they presented the winning stuff and all that, and so I turned off the TV because I'm like, okay, the race is over. I didn't think it was that serious of an accident. And then when, like, later that afternoon or evening when I turned it on, they talked about Dale in the past tense, and I was like, what? Hold on a second. I was like, dang, that's it. Yeah, that was crazy. But there was a lot of people who were like, when they went on to the race the next weekend, they were like, a lot of people, why would they do that? Why would they stop? Yeah, a lot of people were huge Dale fans. Dale Senior. And it's like, well, a driver, that's their livelihood. Of course they're going to get back in the car. Now, if they're like, hey, I just can't do it, the team owner might be like, okay, well, I got somebody else to take your place. Good luck. But I'm sure it was hard for a lot of drivers to get back in that car afterwards. But some people, they're just like, it's my job. It's my livelihood. I got to get back in the car. Just like when that morning before Ayrton Senna died, and Sid Watkins said, "Don't race." I said, "I have to. I don't have a choice." Well, you have a choice. Well, to him, he didn't. People were there to see him race, and he wanted to give them that show. And unfortunately, it cost him his life. If he had listened to Sid Watkins that day, he'd be alive. But he's like, nope, I got to go out and race. Just like in the military, somebody says, you got to go on this mission, and you may not come back. Okay, I accept that risk. I know I may not come back, but I'll get in the truck anyway and go. If it's my time, it's my time. Not much I can do about it. All right, 129 nautical miles to Gaia. So, yeah. But I will say, I kind of getting back to the Indy 500. I won't watch another NBC broadcast ever again. Their broadcasting sucked, for lack of a better term. It sucked. I spent more time watching commercials than I did actually watching the race. And I paid for a streaming service that I thought was ad-free. Maybe there was some fine print that I didn't read, but I canceled my subscription. They did it during, they were like all excited. They talked about, oh, we're going to cover the... Wow. That's a pretty far reach for Robert Center. Hey, it's my center! Ha ha! It's my center. You keep having it. So yeah, I unsubscribed from Peacock streaming. Their sports coverage just sucks. They spend more time. Now, if it's like the Super Bowl, and I get it, the Indy 500, there's a they want advertisers are going to advertise in the Indy 500. It's a pretty popular race on TV still. I would have preferred to go in person, quite honestly. But, yeah, it's, yeah, I'm like, I'm done. And then they had a certain person in the booth who I will not name. Mick knows who I'm talking about. That just, no, no, no. Cannot support a channel that puts that person in the booth with them. You. Not a big fan. Never have, never will. Yes, you're absolutely right, Nick. There were far better options out there, I think. Although maybe they did approach some other folks and they were just like, I want this amount of money, and they're like, yeah, we can't do that, and they're like, well, oh well then. Of course, that person was going to say yes because they love the spotlight. They love to show their ass, as I like to say. They like to show their ass. So, yeah, not impressed. Not a fan. So, yeah. But I'm sure some people were quite happy with that situation. I'm like, not gonna give you. I thought I put Pluto heat on, but I guess I have. Yeah, not a. No, thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. A lot of good passing. I was really excited to see AJ Foyt's team do a lot better than they have in a very long time. I think they got a good driver in Ferrucci. I like to see them win some races and win the championship. I think as long as they can keep him and he kind of helps the team develop and they develop him as well. I've been to NASCAR, I've been to IndyCar, Champ Car, American Le Mans Series, Rolex Sports Car Series, historic racing. I love historic racing because you can actually, reasonably, you can get a little bit closer to a lot of cool older cars, right? Not a NASCAR, not a fan. Not a fan of it. I watched the race and absolutely nothing else is on. Like, I've watched the Daytona 500. It's just the Daytona 500. Do I care who wins? No. Don't really care. I've watched it, and sometimes it's like, yeah, I'll just sit back and it's like background noise, right? IndyCar, I like Champ Car better. I wish Champ Car was still around. Yes, amateur racing at local tracks is a lot better too because you have the drivers are you can kind of get closer to the action, I guess, in a way without being dangerous. I wish I grew up at a time where, in the more dangerous era of motorsports. Not that I wanted to see anybody get hurt, but when you are, when you have, I like the fact that you could go and watch races without fencing in the way. I like the lack of fencing, or that you didn't need a a, a a, a, a press pass to get around the fencing. You know. So yeah, I do like that. I kind of wish I could go to races where there was less fence, the catch fence. But yeah, yeah, not a big fan of NASCAR, IndyCar. I do like the older versions of the IndyCar. Like the early 2000s stuff. But I understand it's all for safety. But the cars just, I don't know, not a big fan. But American Le Mans Series was really good. You could get, because usually when I would go to Laguna Seca, that was like the last race of the season. Well, technically, you're getting to the end of the season. By then, most championships have been decided. They still had the 10-hour race at Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta. But most of the GT car teams, if they were like a smaller Porsche team, they come on into they have their stuff in the paddock, and like, hey, come on in and hang around for a bit. Look around, take some pictures, whatever. You have any questions, let us know. It was great. Now, would I expect that from Audi, for instance, in the early years of the R10? No. They would have been like, get out of here. Don't be taking pictures of the back end of the car, where the engine layout is and all that. We only release that information to certain journalists, You don't want the fans poking around. You guys will break something. Champ Car was fantastic. A couple times. The first time I saw it at Laguna Seca, and then on the street track of San Jose. Yeah, it was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. They were pretty fan friendly. As I said before, NASCAR, they want your money. They just don't want you. But they'll gladly take your money. Like, spend your money hand over fist and then get out of here. Once you're done spending your money, go. We don't want to look at you. Yeah. Yeah. And see, they treat the drivers more special than they do the cars. That's the trick, I think. That's what they do. The drivers are more special than the cars really are. Especially like when Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and Tony Stewart, Dale Jr., and a lot of other big names were still racing. Everybody wanted to see them, and it's like they have to be protected from the fans. Because you do get some fans who are pretty darn hateful. Right? Why did you win that race? My driver was supposed to... They get all butthurt about it. No, it was... I love going to American Le Mans Series races. I love the technology, but I love, like, the... Oh! Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I never went to races with my dad. He'd watch like the Indy 500 on TV, but we never talked about going to like Laguna Seca or Sonoma for a race. I think he watched NASCAR. I don't remember. Oh, speaking of which, so yeah, Le Mans is this weekend. Toyota finally getting hit with some balanced performance. slow them down. Now they got they had the biggest hit. They had 37 kilograms added to their car, which means they're gonna have to change the setup and dial it all in for the added weight. After there was another, they may get hit with one more round of weight, but they're probably gonna sandbag it. They're gonna lie about their data. They're gonna purposely drive slow so they don't get hit again, and then they're gonna run away with the win again. I already see how it's gonna play out, and nobody will be like, okay, we gotta penalize you guys because you lied. They'll get away with it. But Ferrari at least has been on the podium at every race. They've done pretty well. I like to see them win. I like to see Porsche. Anybody but Toyota. Anybody but Toyota. They need to be humbled. They really do. Because they've been getting away with manipulating their data for years now to try to keep the advantage. If it was truly on an even playing field, then I could see it. But no, that car is way faster than it should be. They really need to be. To me, they should have got hit with 137 kilos of added weight. Not 37, but at least they're finally starting to do something. But apparently, the agreement was after the first 4 races of the season, then the balance of performance would come into play. And all the teams agreed to that, so it's just a matter of time before they get put in their place. And then they'll give up because they'll be like, oh, we're not winning anymore and it's not fair. No. You didn't really want things to be fair then, did you? Let's see what else is there to talk about. Yep, no chance to go into Flight Sim Expo. I'm gonna try to get the watch it online. Since I can't go this year. See some of the stuff that they're going to be talking about. I really wish I could go because I'm sure there's going to be more peripherals and whatnot that are going to make Flight Sim better, especially on the PC side. I think we're pretty much stuck with what we got on the Xbox side, which is okay. It's fine. What is that? So yeah, they I forgot what I was talking about. Because somebody drove through and I was like, who the heck is that? A lot of people just kind of cruise through here. It seems, I don't know if they're lost or what's going on. Anyway, oh, Flight Sim Expo, that's what it was. Yeah, I wish I could see, I wish I could go, but yeah, I'm trying to watch it on the internet. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out today. 8 viewers. Hopefully you've enjoyed the flight thus far. We are 67 nautical miles, just under 68 to go to our first nav point. This is the longest portion of the flight today. And then we're going to turn in and head for ROB, 279 nautical miles away. And then SPO, our last nav point, will be 239 nautical miles away. And then 166 from SPO to our destination. So we're getting there. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out today on this Monday morning, 5th of June. Tomorrow, anniversary of D-Day. Write it down, Joseph. Anniversary of D-Day. My goodness. Sure, there's going to be plenty of streamers who are going to do anniversary flights with the DC-3 as a C-47. Maybe some Spitfires on other aircraft in the air to honor the invasion of Europe to defeat tyranny. Yeah, you'll forget by tomorrow, Joseph. Come on now. We know how you are, Joseph. You know, when I was in Germany, way back in the day, we won't say exactly when, but way back. We would have that morning on the 6th of June, we would have a battalion run, and then we would have. We would go to the movie theater, watch the movie The Longest Day, and then we would have an awards ceremony and talk a little bit about the history of the battalion in World War II and what they did, and then we would be released for the day. Now, so like tomorrow, 6th of June is on a Tuesday, we would do it like on a Friday. Even if it was like earlier in the week, we would do it on Friday, because then it's like we'd have a half day off. Unless you were on the duty roster. But yeah, that history was important, and learning about it and respecting it was a very big deal. Yeah, a lot of people don't respect. Well, yeah, a lot of people just don't respect it anymore, or understand what happened that day. And yeah, I'll never forget that. I mean, my memory's not always the sharpest in the block, but I do remember and appreciating the fact that we learned about what our unit did in World War II and all that, from the landings in Normandy and all the way into Europe. Well, we weren't as famous, of course, as the Band of Brothers, but I think there was a lot of bands of brothers out there at that time. That one was made popular because of the book that Stephen Ambrose wrote, and then the HBO. Although I've discovered that they got a lot of stuff wrong in that series. One of the key ones being when they talked about that guy Blythe who thought he had gone blind, and then he was okay. He didn't die from his wounds. He went to Korea. He served in Korea after World War II, and got promoted to Master Sergeant. Like, he had stayed in. He wasn't a coward, but they made it out like he was. Yeah. Dick, I've watched interviews with Dick Winters, and he was like, "Oh no, they got that. That's not what happened." I was like, "Dang, that's pretty bad." TV shows out there like just saying that your loved one died a coward at some point. Wow. No, but yeah, I didn't know that until I happened to see that interview with the former major, and yeah, I was like, really? And they never corrected it. They've not gone in and changed the ending and said, we thought this is what happened, and we were glaringly wrong about what took place. That's like taking some seriously dramatic liberties with what happened. Uh, I've never really worried about it, to be honest. You know what? Let's have a look at what we got left. I guess I could switch them, although they're not burning equally. It doesn't seem like. Let's see if I'll put them on the alternate side. There we go. Oh, well, I think we're okay. I should have looked at the checklist. I do have it still open, but yeah, see, the mains were not burning equally. I would have thought they would have, but I don't think they burn equally. But I think we'll be fine. That should get us most of the rest of the way there, and then if we need to, I mean, we're at 85%. We still got, so I think we still got enough left to get us there. That's why I'm glad I tanked up all the way to 100%. So, but anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's, it's a history that's not taught in schools. It's not impressed upon people anymore. And even if it is, they choose to ignore it. Or they just, oh, they do. Oh, for real. Okay. For realsies? And we're already on auto lean, so I think we're okay. But we'll let it stick on the alternates for now. Yeah, we still got, I think we've got more than enough to get us there. Thanks, Spider Steve. Appreciate it. I didn't even think about that because I sometimes tend to forget because I'm used to stuff just happening, automatically it would take care of itself. But so we'll be back Wednesday, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UK. We'll be back in the DC-6. We're going to do 2 flights on Wednesday, about an hour and a half or so each. Should be nice. Should be a nice flight. Ooh, I think we're going to get some turbulence here coming up in a moment. And then Friday we'll be in the F-14. We're going to take the Grim Reapers F-14B. We're going to talk really what they were all about. I thought that they were a deployed unit, but they were not. I'm like, why would you pass up the opportunity to have a squadron named Grim Reapers and not put them on a carrier? But apparently they never saw deployment, even like a peacetime deployment. So yeah, we'll talk more about that on Friday. And yeah, we're going to get back into things. Next week it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Friday. So I have that appointment Wednesday morning. Try to get some more flights in and get back to normal as much as possible. And yeah. get some hours going again. Smaller, and I have lost 2 inches of the past forgetting to switch. Okay. Well, we just kind of cracked into them, so I think we're gonna be okay. But maybe once we pass Rob and we're en route to Spo, I'll swap them back again. Yeah. But I think I'm getting to the point where I think a PC is the next. I'm going to have to get off the Xbox on for flight simming. I think there's a point that's going to come that even the Series S is going to start to really bog down, and so now that PC parts and everything, a decent system is becoming a little bit less expensive again. I'm thinking a PC is a good option here, and then that way I can do more. I mean, I feel like I can do quite a bit here already, right? But there's just a lot more happening on the PC side that I will never. No, I just signed in with my account and it'll download. I just have to download everything. But then if I want other aircraft that were only available like in Flight Sim TO or Just Flight or something like that, then I can consider those. But there's some that I was really keen on, but then it's just kind of like some of the developers just kind of rubbed me the wrong ways. So yeah, but I would have to find space for like a desk for everything, for the computer, the yoke, because I would like to get a proper yoke and throttle and rudder pedals, and not that the pedals are necessary, like I don't really need them, but it would be nice to have that added bit of realism, So there's that. All right, we got 12, just under 13, almost 12 nautical miles to go. I'm going to put this right back there. We should turn here in a moment for Rob. Start that journey, but this is our second longest leg, and then yeah, it's nice. It's kind of just longest, second longest, third longest, and we're getting there, folks. Ooh, what somebody's exhaust just smells gross. Oh. Yeah, I would like, I tried helicopters with just the setup I have right now on the Xbox, and it's just like, I can't do it. Yeah, it would be nice to fly helicopters as well on the sim. Do some more stuff with that. Yeah, but it's one of those things that you're like, oh man, this would be fantastic, and then it's just like, why is it saying? Oh, 7.1. I thought it was like 71. And I'm like, what? Why is that saying a higher number than up here? All right, we got to get ready to swap over our frequencies as well, coming up here in a minute. But yeah, there's just a lot more that I'd really like to be able to do. And I'm gonna I'll put it like this too, because I've seen it on Mick's, my good friend Mick, when he got his PC sorted, and he's got a much better, like everything looks better. Oh my God, it just does not look the same on the console. The airports look like garbage on the console. The only way you get a better look on the airports is if you buy the add-ons. Otherwise, it just looks like garbage. What is that? Oh, switch just got thrown. I heard it. All right. We did fly past it. Looks like. Let's go ahead and tune into next. Oh wait, it hasn't changed yet. Not quite there, but we're gonna go ahead and swap frequencies. All right, there we go. Nice turn there. 142. There we go. Yep, on the way to me. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Did not expect that, but wow, let's have a look at it now. Oh yeah, we're burning nice. It's like maybe because we're on auto lean, it's just sipping the gas, so I think we're okay for now. We'll double check that once we get to me. Oh, and I gotta get to, let's look at our next. Oh, I'm hearing switches getting thrown. What's going on? Auto flight engineer's busy. Spo. Spo is at 11490 also? How's that possible? How could they be on the same frequency? Oh, we should be on 11380. Okay. I think I goofed up the numbers. 11380 and then 11490 is our next. Yeah, okay. Where's Gaia then? Gaia also 11490? Oh, Gaia and both are the same frequencies. That's interesting. Huh. Hold on a second, folks. Let me just look at something here, because I just want to validate information here. That seems kind of odd that they would have the same frequencies. Nope, they do. Interesting. Huh, okay. I thought I'd done something wrong. Never mind. All right. Get back to Twitch here. Oh, okay. That's what. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I was like, why is this not something's not that clear? All right, 265 nautical miles to go. Keep an eye on that. Ads coming up. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out today. Hopefully it's been enjoyable. A lot better than it has been. Before, but it's always a learning process, and that's okay. We are in icing conditions, so the AFE. What would knobs be? Okay. Alter the blue knobs on the floor. You can hear the click when they're hitting the bottom. Oh, okay. Oh, the ones over there. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Oh, so they adjust them as needed to warm things up for a bit and then turn them back off once it reaches a certain temperature. Huh. Cool. Coolie beans. Yeah, a little bit more cloudy than I was expecting it to be, but that's okay. It's quite all right. Yeah, we definitely have a bit of a tailwind because normally we'd be flying like right here, but yeah, we got a little bit of not a tailwind, a crosswind. Yeah, it's nice to be back in the air again and streaming and having you all along for the ride. Good stuff. Our departure was significantly better than last time. Although it was... it could be a little bit smoother, but it's better than it was before. Not sure why I got text check back there. Where? Check back where? Oh, yeah, because I guess it says knob can be like a derogatory term, or like an idiot or something. So yeah, it's just it's words that have multiple meanings that the system doesn't understand what you were, the context of what you were saying. So yeah. I put it because it'll that way I can double check it and understand what it is you're trying to say, and it wasn't like you were trying to say it in a derogatory way. So yeah, I just have it on just in case people say something and I mean, Mick's here, but he might be having his, well, it's well after lunch now. He might be having his latte and have his feet up. Got his Stetson covering his eyes. He might be taking a little nap, a power nap. Mick, if you're here, are you and Pulse doing anything tonight? Is it FIFA again? Are you guys still taking breaks? Or what's the? You have a plan for this evening, if anything? Yeah, yeah. It'll highlight a word. For me, what happens is it'll highlight the word that you're using. Uh, oh, nice. Okay, definitely be there for that. Looking forward to seeing where you get around to tonight. Is that also for Jason's company? Does he have it in Europe and America, or is it just Europe? Not too sure how that works, or if he has it worldwide for right now. Uh, 243. Yeah, I'll be keen to see what you guys. Is that? Are you doing miles for Jason's virtual truck company, or is that only if you're on ETS instead of ATS, or does he have it set for both games, both trucking simulators? I mean, I'll watch either way. Don't get me wrong. I just curious to see how that's supposed to, if he has it only for ETS and not ATS. But thanks for flying along with me today, Spider Steve. Nice to have you in the air with me. Anybody's welcome to fly along. Oh, okay. Nice. I wasn't sure how that works. Today's flight brought to you by, of course, by pair of socks airline. Pair of socks, because you have a pair of socks does not mean they have to match. Airline CEO and fellow pilot Scruffy Tam will show you his mismatched socks. All you got to do is ask him nicely. We'll show you. True story. I've seen it. Yeah, if you're looking to add more excitement for your flight simming experience, do join FS Hub. You're more than welcome to join Parasox Airline. We've got company routes. We've got just log in your hours and all that. There's challenges. There's all kinds of fun stuff. So do consider joining FS Hub. Long delivery across the map. Yeah, that would be nice, or at least get you from one area to the next. Maybe it's something along the way that keeps it going until you get. But I guess I don't know. Maybe one massive haul is better than a bunch of stops. I don't know. But, should work. I know I have it. Or do I just have it set just as SFS Hub? Yep, that's what it is. There you go. There's the link to FS Hub, and then just search for pair of socks, and click the application tab. One of the helpful representatives will get your application approved. You don't have to fly jetliners if you don't want to. You can fly anything. You can do it on the Xbox. You don't have to be on the PC. But it helps you keep track of where you've been, and all that. It's a great way to see what countries you've visited all along. Be nice if they had that would be nice if they had a way that if you were doing a cargo flight, say like for FedEx, and you pull up into the cargo area at the airport, and then a FedEx truck comes and they offload the plane and put it on the truck, and the truck leaves, and then so let's say Mick is in say we fly into Heathrow, right? And Mick is there in his virtual truck, and we pull up into the cargo area, open up the cargo doors, everything, and it goes right into Mick's truck, and then Mick can carry on in trucking sim. It'd be great if there was a way to link the two. That would be fun. And you have to time it. Okay, Mick, I'm 30 minutes out, get ready to pull into the area and offload the cargo, and off he goes. Ooh, rainbow below. A little bit of rain there, looks like. I was not expecting rain in the forecast today. We're on the flight, but we had a little bit of rain come in. But yeah, that would be kind of cool to do. Yeah, I know, but it would be great if there was a way to have that where you could so it would benefit both of us. I get, the pilot would get the hours in the sim, and then also for their virtual airline, and then Mick would get the hours for driving the cargo to the next destination. Or even better, I got one better, Mick. You say for like the next leg of the Iron Maiden tour, you land at Nantes Atlantique, and then you have a big Iron Maiden truck that comes in and offloads all the gear for the band into the truck, and you go to the actual concert site. Ooh, now that sounds like fun. Yeah, that's even better. Mick wouldn't get anything else done. He'd be like, I gotta keep moving the equipment for the band. And then when they're done, you load it back on the truck, bring it back to the airport, they put it back on the plane, you go to the next destination. That would be fantastic. Now we got some ideas. We gotta start charging people for that, Mick. That would be fun. Let's see, the problem would be Mick would want to do both. You could only pick one, Mick. Would you rather fly or would you rather drive? Yeah, maybe another 20 years, yeah. Yeah, which one would you rather do though, Mick? Would you rather fly the gear in and then, or would you Well, now we're making another perspective. Or would you rather drive the gear to the concert site? That's the big question. Which would be more important to you to do? Would you rather fly or drive? If you could only pick one. Trucking, less nerves. Okay. Yeah. You don't have to worry about the approach into the into the concert site. Yeah. Although sometimes I have to admit, some of the areas where they tell you to park and drop the the cargo off at with the trailer, some of those spots are just ridiculous. But apparently I had my flaps were all the way down still, but they weren't showing down. Uh-oh. Now we're speeding up. Okay, now we're getting... Okay, see now things are acting kind of weird again. I think we hit an air pocket. Yeah, well, these had problems before with the AI traffic in Truck Sim. No, it's still blue. Everything's fine. It's just, but I just noticed that I somehow inadvertently bumped the uh, the thing for the flaps, even though they weren't down, but I on my controller on my flight stick, the flaps were somehow down, and I just realized it. So okay, we're kind of leveling back off. We're fine. I think we just hit some turbulence, that's all. Pardon me, folks, I just got to do something here real quick. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I think what it was is it was saying the flaps were down even though they weren't showing us down because we have the automated flight engineer on. But there was like some drag there, and now we kind of sped up there for a bit, and now we're kind of getting back to normal. So yeah, I just realized, I just looked because I had set it on the floor just so that yeah, I know. Yeah, I've done that before by accident. I have to double check, like, before I say something. So make sure we are drawing from the, yep, we're still drawing from the alternates. Okay. All right, we're fine. All right, 191 to go. But yeah, that would be fantastic. That would be, you know, it's kind of like with Train Sim. if you could go into into a cargo yard and drop off freight, a freight yard, I should say, not a cargo, a freight yard, drop off your freight trains, like the intermodal stuff, and then it gets put onto the back of a truck and off you go to actually deliver it to the final destination. That would be kind of cool. I'd like to see that, like you pull into a port area or something, or a freight area on a railroad, and then the big crane picks it up and moves it over and sets it on the back of the truck, and then it locks in automatically, and then off you go. Maybe just a bit more realism to the, but yeah, that'd be some fun stuff. Still lots of flying left. We're on our way to our second nav point, Rob, which is 185 nautical miles away now. Oh, perfect. Our little system down here is picking it up. We'll be there in about 49 minutes. Cruising at 225 knots, give or take. Let's see where our cards are now. Ooh, yep, see? It adjusted. They're at 33% on the heat. Interesting. Keeping those carburetors warm for us. What a great flight engineer we have today. Round of applause for the automatic flight engineer. Yay! The AF easier, woohoo! Flight signals like a box of chocolates. You never know what kind of autopilot you're going to get. Oh yeah, I put it down too. But see, then Mr. Sexy Pizza thinks that that's his seat, and we have to. He's been relegated to the back of the plane. Otherwise, he'd be touching too many knobs and dials, and then we'd have to like open up a side window and kick him out. He's the counterweight in the back of the plane. Mr. Sexy Pizza is. That is where I put. In real life. That's exactly. I tell the flight engineer here, hold the pizza while we fly. No. So what happened was last night, Spider Steve. I was commenting in my friend Nick's Discord that I was having pizza for dinner, and all of a sudden you see Joseph's name pop up on the side that he's now online on Discord, and I said, I know you want to say something. He said, give me that sexy pizza, and I'm like, sexy pizza? What? Where did it? What? Because normally he'll say something like, ooh, pizza, that sounds lovely, right? That's what I was expecting him to say, but he said, no, give me that sexy pizza. I'm like, sexy pizza? Made me darn near lose my appetite. So that's his new nickname now, Mr. Sexy Pizza. But he knows, because he's like, oh, I I want to be up there in the flight deck. No, no, he's all the way in the back of the other. He's like where these windows are. He's like past that. He's like back here somewhere. So that way he can't misbehave and touch the instruments, cause an accident or something. Probably not, Spider Steve. Probably not. I don't think so. He'd probably, what Spaceballs? This is the same kid who said, when I asked him the other day, I said, what happened? It was like on the matter of fact, it was Friday, right? When my buddy Nick was flying and I was in the voice chat with him. I said, Joseph, what's the significant event that happens in 4 days, meaning the 6th of June? I don't know. Come on, dude. Really? So no, there's chances that he has not seen Spaceballs. I mean, let's be fair. The only movies he actually cares about is the Fast and Furious movie. So that should tell you enough right there. He thinks those are the greatest things since sliced bread. Isn't that right, Joseph? I know you're in the chat listening and you're like, uh-oh, they told on me. He's a big Fast and Furious fan. And I'll try to tell you that, I don't really like them. No, he likes them all. He likes them all. He'll try to pretend like he doesn't, but he does. 43 minutes. I don't know that he would get the humor from movies like Spaceballs, for instance. It's not, it's like the humor from Airplane. Not a lot of people get it, or they just think it's stupid. So, no, he'd probably just be like, not interested. He's gone quiet now. He might be lurking in another stream. Somebody else might be live right now. Let's see if I got a notification that somebody else is live. Oh, Scruffy will be back tomorrow. He's doing Turbine Tuesday. He's back Tuesday. Now I can have my coffee and watch Scruffy on Tuesday. Or maybe I'll hop in the F-14 and yeah, exactly, Mick. You're right, Steve. No, it's a kind of humor that he wouldn't quite get. Some do. There are a few Gen Zers who do get it, but they're very few and far between. There's a few, but not many. So yeah, Scruffy will be back tomorrow morning in the Vision jet. I might fly with him tomorrow. Maybe I'll fire up an F-14 and we'll take off well after him and they catch up. Just to get some more hours going. Cause I think, yeah, exactly. They wouldn't be able to read it. Well, I remember growing up, that was like a big thing. Like you needed to learn how to write cursive. You went home with the writing pad and you practiced your letters, your capital letters, your small letters, writing out words. Yeah. For them it would be like mumbo jumbo. I'm fortunate enough. I mean, I get like cards for like my birthday or Christmas, and the person who sends it to me writes it in cursive, and it may take me a minute to read it because it's been like it's not the same like when my grandmother would send me stuff when I was like in Germany, and she would write a little card. Her cursive is amazing. But yeah, I have to read it a few times because it's like a word will be. I'll look at it and be like, "Is that what that's supposed to mean?" And I look at it and I'm like, "Okay, I got it now." Yeah, it's a dying art. Actually, physically writing a letter or writing a note by hand is. Most people type everything out, or they just record, like in school, a lot of the classes, especially if you're online, they're recorded and put online, and you can go back and watch it if you miss something or whatever. But it's note taking is a dying art. That or. A lot of people just pull out the highlighters and they highlight their books, thinking that they're actually helping themselves. And then when the teacher does the test, they don't even do anything like they talked about there. Like they pick something else, and you're like, they didn't really talk about that all that much. And then they're like, yeah, we did. And then you go back and watch the lecture again, and you're like, oh, okay, I must have missed that part. And then you start thinking, am I going crazy? 37 minutes. But we can put this back on the there's a lot of things that are just not taught anymore in school. Kids are kind of like, why do I need to know this? I don't care about this stuff. I'm glad I grew up in the time although I wish I grew up even a little bit earlier than I did, but I'm thankful I did. I grew up in an era still where there was no social media, no cell phones, no internet. I kind of miss those days, to be honest. Not that I'm ungrateful for the friends that I've made over the past few years because of the pandemic, and we've all gotten to know each other through streams and whatnot. But yeah, I miss the days of no internet, no cell phones. Just your time was your time. You didn't have to be connected constantly. Just yeah, I think it was a much better time. You actually went outside, played, went for walks, went for bike rides. Didn't worry that you were missing something. I remember right when I was in Germany, where I was stationed at, we were right along the Neckar River, and my buddy and we both had bicycles, and we'd get up on a Saturday and just ride the bike path along the river. That was probably healthier than, ooh, wow, the stream is acting a little bit weird. I just noticed that. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, something's not right. Ooh, I hope my job tickets from the okay, hold on a second, folks. Something's not right with the stream. It's still going, but Twitch is having some issues. Hold on, I'm trying to sort it right now. Yeah, it's my internet is like ridiculously slow right now. All right, sit tight, folks, if you can hear me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's looking all kinds of crazy. Yeah, I don't think it's my... Oh, boy. All right, sit tight, folks. Sit tight. Just doing this now. See my... Boy, this is kind of weird. All right, I'm gonna keep flying. I can't see the chat. Everything over on Twitch is gone. It's like my browser's just hung up, and I cannot. This thing is like really struggling right now. All right, I'm gonna be right back, folks. I'm gonna restart everything. Well, I'm not gonna restart the stream. I'm just gonna keep going. Just sit tight. I'm rebooting the laptop right now. All right, getting there. Sit tight. Which is weird because I just did an update the other day. But yeah, it was like all of a sudden everything just kind of got all jumbled. I don't know what happened, but yeah, that was kind of strange. All right. Hoping that the stream's still going on. Getting back, folks. Getting back. Yeah, that was a very weird thing to have happen. Alright. Boy, yeah, that was kind of strange. Alright, we're getting there. I'm hoping that the stream's still going on. I think it has. Yep, it's still gone. Okay. Oof. I don't know what happened there, but that freaked me out because I'm like, oh, we've been going for too long to have this thing crash. All right. There we go. All right, we're getting there. It's all slowly coming back. Okay. Yeah, it was just like my streaming here on Twitch where I watch to just kind of keep things monitored. It was like just all kinds of goofy. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we're back, so it's all good. Man, I was like, oh great, now I'm gonna have to have two. Man, that was nuts. Maybe somebody doesn't like me and they goofed up my system. I don't know what happened, but we're there. We're back. Okay. All right. Okay. Technical challenges. Maybe it's Joseph. He's mad that I said something about. He scrolled back up. He's got his latte. Job tickets for mechanical work in cursive. At some point, I was to print so the people below me could read it. Yeah. Yeah, I could believe that. All right, we're back. We have 28 minutes. Let's look at our fuel real quick. Oh yeah, we're still doing good on the fuel. Yep, 28 minutes to our next nav point. Rob. All right. Oop. Doggone it. Oh, no. I did it again. All right. I got to put that off to the side so I don't. Yep. See, I accidentally hit the flap thing again. Doggone it. All right. Now it's completely off to the side. It was a little too close to my foot. All right. This is going to add drag, and we don't need that. We want our plane as lean and fast as possible. All right. I think this would be a good opportunity to take a short break. Use the little captain's room. Yeah, I didn't want to. But it was weird because it seemed like even though the flaps weren't going down, it was like I just didn't want it to add drag by accident, that the sim would think that the flaps were down, but they're not. And, next thing you know, we have all kinds of other issues. But it's, I just didn't want it to sit there forever, and then something kicks over, and then all hell breaks loose. So I'll be right back, folks. Outside for the nice view. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's have a looky here. How much farther we got to go? Rob. 20 minutes left or so. 21 minutes. Getting there. This would be one of those flights where you could just like kick the thank you, Mel, the seat back and take a little nap for a few hours. Wake up, have a bite of lunch, maybe a cocktail, maybe a cigarette. Back then, most everybody smoked on the flight, including the pilots and the co-pilot. You know, it's crazy to think how different times are now, where back then most everybody smoked. Now most pilots would never dream of smoking a cigarette. Most people would not dream of smoking a cigarette nowadays. I can't wait to get a livery pack for this plane. I'm tired of just seeing this blah PMDG livery. I want something legit. I want a Pan Am or a Delta. I had this morning. I got up. I had some Pop-Tarts, the cinnamon brown sugar Pop-Tart. I had that and some coffee for breakfast, just to get myself going. I've got the leftover pizza to dig into once we wrap this up, and then I can have a little bit of a nice break before I watch Mick drive the truck around America. Might have to watch that on the big screen computer so I can see all the details. Yeah, I do try to eat breakfast, but sometimes, like, I was going to get up right away at 5:30, and then I kind of just laid back in bed for a bit. Next thing I know, it's like time to, I'm like, oh, I got to get up and make my coffee and get myself sorted for the stream. No, I'll eat the leftover pizza here as soon as we get to Abidjan and am I pronouncing it correctly, Amela? Is it Abidjan? Is that correct? How it's pronounced? Yeah, I figured, Mick. Yeah, now that you've got a better PC, it's going to look even better. So yeah, looking forward to that. Okay, thank you. Wasn't sure how it was supposed to be pronounced. Do try to get those things correct. All right, 17 minutes. Yeah, I think we got more than enough fuel on board. I think we're going to make it there with plenty to spare. Hey, Planet Neutral, how are you? Nice to see you there in the chat. Welcome along. Welcome aboard. We're in the DC-6. Spider Steve's right behind me in another DC-6 where we departed from Dakar. We're headed to Abidjan here on the southwest coast of Africa. Not too far inland from the coastline. Doesn't seem like. How are you? Hopefully things are going well. Fidel Farman was here earlier. I think Scruffy's been lurking. probably having his coffee and waking up and getting himself sorted for this evening. I think he's got a class tonight. Yeah, doing good. Yeah, we had a nice climb out of Dakar and getting on our way to Abidjan. And yeah, the arm is as good as it's ever going to get. The elbow, I should say, not the arm, but my elbow, my right elbow where I had the surgery. Things are as good as they're ever going to get. Maybe a little bit more flexion, but that's about it. Nothing, barring a miracle or a full-blown bionic arm replacement, things will be what they are for the rest of my life. I'm still going to lobby. I'm going to keep asking for the bionic arm replacement. Not that I think they'll ever give it to me, but you never know. Yeah, things are good. We're getting back to a regular schedule. We'll be back Wednesday, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UK in the DC-6. There's a couple of flights we're going to do Wednesday. They're not very long, but we're going to continue the journey along Africa here in the DC-6. Just to get some hours in that. And Friday we'll be in the F-14. We're going to go from Oceana down to Eglin Air Force Base, and we'll talk about the reason why we're doing that on Friday. Always learning something new about some of the F-14 squadrons back in the day and what they were really doing. Well, not what they were really doing. What they were meant. What they were doing, I should say. Then we'll next week it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Friday instead of Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then yeah. So getting back to it. The only way we know how beats all you ever saw. Joseph's been in trouble with the law since the day he was born. Yeah, Wednesday and Friday. That's the plan. Wednesday and Friday. Barring anything crazy happening that I can't foresee, but yeah, we're going to try to get back to a regular schedule, and probably going to fly with Scruffy tomorrow for Turbine Tuesday. I'll be in the Vision jet. I think I'm going to hop in the F-14 just because I can. Yeah, you know, it's interesting that the skies are not very busy around here. This is me and Spider Steve. He's right back there behind me. Alright, we should be getting ready to turn here soon. Let's have a looky here. We have 12 minutes before we turn. And we're going to swap back to the original frequency we had. That's very strange that they both share the same frequency. But, yeah. But that's the plan. I don't know when Mick's going to want to do the next leg of his flight for the Iron Maiden tour, going from Krakow to Nantes Atlantique in France. That's the nearest airport to the concert location there in France. So I don't know when he wants to do that. He's got a lot on his plate, you know. He's a busy man. Yeah. That's the, oh, I gotta put some pictures over the cord of this. I like to call it. Before I forget. When we have a meeting, Rob, we have to go through the board to confirm a date. Well, we can make our own board, Nick. I say, whenever you're ready to do it, that's when we do it. You're ready, you're ready. If not, that's quite all right. As the honorary co-pilot, I think I should have a say. I'm sure somebody else might say otherwise, but you give me a date and I'll be there. You know what we could do, Mick? What is going on with my... Now it's happening again. I'm telling you, it's like I swear it's like my computer's under attack or something. What is going on? Like everything just suddenly locked up again on like my stream, yeah, it's happening again. Hold on, I'll be right back, folks. Restart the computer again. Boy, whatever update this was, it's not working, and I can't go back to the previous version, unfortunately. Well, somebody doesn't like me, I think. All my stuff's on. It's not like my internet shut down all of a sudden, because if that was the case, I would lose I wouldn't be online on my Xbox either. Yeah, somebody doesn't like me, I think. They don't like us having fun. Alright. Let's try this again. Sit tight, folks. We're getting back to it. There may come a point that I may have to just stop this whole thing because we're gonna keep going. I just, something's not right. What the problem is, but this thing just wants to keep going. Oh, come on. Now this thing's acting up. Let me just get the window back open. Now you have to go to the CEO to find a deal. Alright, I just saw that. Alright, we're just going to leave this right where it is. And hopefully this is not going to be an issue. But, yeah, something is not right. I don't think I need that. That's fine, Mick. I get it. You know, I completely understand that that's the priority. So no, it's all good. Whenever you're ready, just let me know and we'll get it done the next leg and all that. So yeah, it's just fine. All right, hopefully we make it the rest of the way here without any more. We got to be getting a little bit closer here. We have 5 minutes, and then we're going to turn. We're almost there, folks. One more. We got 2 legs left. This one, and then our run to the airport, and we should be good to go. Let's just double check our fuel load. Still plenty left there. We'll just keep it on the alternates for now. Yeah, some people are not. I think this somebody either is hacking my computer or which I mean, I would think if that was the case, things would be a lot worse than they are right now. But yeah, it's just the well, this thing is just really warm right now too. Yeah, something's trying to run in the background, like my. Hold on a second. Let me double check something. Yeah, it's just almost like something else is trying to happen in the background. I don't know what it is. But the laptop is really hot right now. And I'm not doing anything different than I haven't done before. I don't have the thing all blocked up either. You know, where it's not getting air or anything, but I wonder if that's what's causing the problem, is something's overheating it. No, I did an update over the weekend. There was an update, but I'll double check, because normally it would tell me there's an update available. I had a thing that said software update. Oh, my warranty's expired. But I don't know. Something doesn't seem right. It's checking for updates. It should be up to date, not unless there's like an emergency patch that they put out. Nope, it's up to date. Alright, well, so it's not that, it's just, because yeah, normally that's what would have been, you know, but the fan's just running hot. Or like, if I put my hand near the like, above the keyboard, right along that little bar there, it's like it's really warm, like it's overheating almost. But yeah, I don't have to keep an eye on it. I think we're okay though. All right, we're gonna make our next turn here in a moment and change our frequencies one more time. Alright, there we go. And we're going to turn on the heading of... What was the heading? 118. Is it 118? Yes, it is. Yep, 235 nautical miles. One more leg to go after this. I don't know, it might be, I mean, I've had this for years now, but it should still be going good. It shouldn't be out of date yet, but it may be a 5-year-old laptop. But I don't really use it for too much other than watching streaming, and then because what I try to do is once I'm done with the stream, I try to go over to the larger laptop or larger computer, the desktop, to get everything going for the download onto. But yeah, I'm gonna. Once we wrap everything up, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over there, and then I'm going to try to give this thing a break for a while this afternoon. But it may be time to get a new laptop. This thing might be just. I need a Windows laptop though, so well, the problem is that I got to get a computer powerful enough to run it. Well, OBS, my goodness, last night for poor Scruffy Tam, it seemed like OBS was having its own issues, and yeah, his mic was having problems. I don't know. Something was going weird with the internet overall, I think. OBS is having issues. We're having issues today, even though I'm on a MacBook Pro, which generally is pretty solid. But yeah, I don't know. Security. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Stay with me. I'm just doing something real quick. I'm going to still be flying. I'll still be talking. I just got to reboot my laptop one more time. See if this fixes something. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We have 220 nautical miles to go. 219 now. To our next nav point. Spo. Spo. Alright, let's have a look at the fuel real quick. Let's see if this fixes the clock. Hopefully this fixes it for the remainder of the flight. Let's look at the fuel system here. Still got plenty of gas left in the tank. All right. Oh, well, I have I bought Mac specifically because I do, well, I haven't done it in a while, but like photography and video, Macs are traditionally the better for handling stuff like that. But I do keep it updated regularly, you know. I get a warning when it says that there's an update available that I need to download, like software update or whatever else. I mean, it's a pretty. I mean, it took me a while, and see, if I go back to a Windows machine, it's going to be like learning all over again, because the file structures are a little bit different. Navigating within the software is a little bit different, but no, I love my Macs. I mean, I get a lot of people are not big fans of Macintosh, but for artsy sort of stuff like video and photography, stuff like that, they're generally the better of the two. But I know I can't run everything forever on Mac. Like I can't do OBS on Mac. The two systems won't talk, which is unfortunate. So, but no, I don't think I'd ever get rid of my Mac desktop, my iMac, because I do love that. I tell you, because I was taking classes online. I took a graphic design course online through Syracuse, and the trying to do everything on a 13-inch laptop was not very. It did not. It was a very difficult undertaking. So, yeah, that was so when I got the desktop, I was like, oh man, now everything seems to be a lot better. trying to design a user interface and everything, I was like, now I can actually see, because it was like my instructor, she was like, your picture, because we had to do like create a resume from scratch, not like a traditional, like just you plug in a little bit of information and it automatically creates a resume for you. We did like a PDF resume or something like that, and then you had you had to do like something that was geared towards your brand. I did like a photo collage sort of thing, and then you had to do a magazine, and then you had to do a mobile version of your magazine, that because most everybody accesses. They don't get a print magazine anymore. They get they just access it through their phone. So what I did was I just did the we had to make it for like an iPhone or something, or just a smartphone in general. And I wish I could find a way to share it with everybody, because I'm pretty proud of what I did. It was a lot of fun, and but it was challenging because I was like, all my stuff was just not proportioned correctly from like my magazine, and I was actually trying to write an art. I thought we were supposed to write an article for the magazine, and the teacher was like, "No, just put the layout together and put like a title for each article and stuff like that." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was like, I thought I had to actually write an article. It's like, no. I like way overthought the class in some cases, but yeah, it was difficult. It was fun, but it was challenging. But I'm pretty proud of the final product. I just wish there was a way I could share it with everybody, because I learned some stuff from my radio production class on how to put some sounds within, like, and there was like triggers or a way to add sound into the mobile version of the magazine. And when because you send your final project to your instructor, and basically, like, you and maybe 3 or 4 of your classmates, you have a presentation and the instructor will play it, and then you talk about what your intent was and what you were trying to, and all that. And people were like, "Sound? How did you?" I said, "It's just a simple trick. I found a way to download the sounds of some race cars, and there we go." And, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I was pretty proud of that. So, like, I did the for Sergeant Staff, his logo, I designed that for him, because he was like, look, he wanted a little fresh update for his channel, and he was quite happy because the colors are pretty close to Michigan colors. So yeah, so I helped him with that. And yeah, there's some other stuff that I wanted to work on that would for some folks, even though they didn't ask for it. It's just like a little something that I'd like to do for them. A few people know what it is, but I'm not going to get into detail. But yeah, there's just some folks streamers who I'd like to do. It's not something, because there's going to be music and it would be copyrighted if they played it on their channel, but just something fun for them. I got some projects that I've been meaning to work on them, and if the accident hadn't happened, then I think I would have been fine. But yeah, just some stuff I'd like to do, creative stuff. All right, I think the I think the laptop's finally calming down. Yeah, I like stuff like that. I mean, the graphic design was I was excited, but it was just like there were parts of it that I struggled with. Like I got a really good grade on my resume, and then the second project it was I tried, but I didn't quite understand and I ran out of time to correct it and resubmit it. And then the magazine, once I got the desktop, I was struggling with that, but once I got the desktop and all that, then it was like, okay, now it's kind of coming together. And generally, most of the instructors that I've had when I went back to school were very, like, hey, if you're struggling, just office hours, set up an appointment, and we'll see if we can't figure out what's happening or what we can do. And then the so I got good. 3 of the 4 projects I got really good grades on, and I was pretty proud of that. But it was also like that. I was struggling because I was like, something's not working, and then when it's like, okay, I got this new desktop computer, and it was like, bang, everything was much bigger, and I'm like, okay, now I see what you're talking about, because when you're on a 13-inch laptop screen, you're like, you tend to make like the photos would be much larger than they needed to be, because when I was looking at it on my screen, I think, oh, that just doesn't look good. It's going to be too small. And the instructor's like, what are you doing? your things aren't proportioned well and all that. I'm just like, what are you talking about? It looks. So she was like, when I told her, she's like, now things are making sense. And she felt bad because she's like, I think I failed you. And I'm like, no. You would explain things clearly. I failed to understand some of the instructions correctly. I overthought things. So no, it was. But yeah, I like to do little stuff like that. Just utilize some of the stuff I learned from radio production and I love that I took that class. I tell you, if I could take it over and over and over again, I would, because it was just so once you got in there and you got over being nervous being on the radio and all that, it was a lot of fun. But that first few times, you're just like, coming up next, we have, you're just so nervous. And then once I figured out how to add music to the computer, because it was an internet radio station, right? Once I figured out how to add the music that I like in there, it was like, okay, now I'm in my comfort zone. I can run with this. And so then it just, all the creativity came out of that. Like, oh, now I can have some fun with this. And yeah, I was we had a lot of people. I mean, we had maybe a dozen or more students, and I was maybe one of 4 or 5 students that actually turned their work in on time. Once I got past that initial, well, the only thing was that if there was cursing in the song, you had to edit it out yourself. They wouldn't allow the cursing, and it was just, all you had to do was your intro, play some music, do your bumper break, and then play some more music, do a quick weather break, play some more music, and then do your you had a little story time or whatever, and then you had your outro. They didn't really care so much about the music per se, as long as you did your intro, your bumper break, your weather break, story time, and your outro. That's all that the instructor really wanted to hear. So when I submit my assignment, you had to go in and edit out all the music. But yeah, he said if you're going to add music, If there's swearing or anything that might be considered inappropriate, you have to edit it out yourself if you can't find a clean version. Oh man, I love that class. I miss it. That's one class I could say I honestly miss. Is radio production. But yeah. So some of the stuff I learned, you know, uh, trying to smile when you talk, even if you know you're talking to yourself or it feels like that, just have a conversation and smile, and people will pick up on that. For instance, um, that was a big thing. Just getting over being nervous and just finding. That's where the Uncle B thing came from. Well, it came from when I was deployed in Afghanistan. That was my nickname that somebody gave me, and then I used it for my DJ name. And then when I rebreaded my channel, I'm like, well, it just makes sense that I use that as well, and it works. It's like my on-air persona, just like Scruffy Tam. That's his on-air persona. If you just find something and you're like, oh, I'm going to try this, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, go like, okay, well, I got to try a different brand. I got to keep finding something until I know that it works and I know I'm comfortable when I speak. Yep, Magnon is in an F-18. All right, well, I guess we got a buzzer. Somebody's looking for attention, I think. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, and once you have that brand, once you have a persona, and you just go with it, it's so much more fun, I think. By 159 nautical miles to go. It's like we are still overland. Coast is to the right a little bit more. We're a little bit more inland now. Yeah, there was somebody that was a little bit keen on getting into my friend Nick's flight on Friday. No. Even if we were, I think it's just a sim. It's not that serious that somebody would need to. I think somebody's just looking for attention, Steve. Yeah, we had somebody in his chat was like all keen about getting in, and he said something about a Hyper Hornet, and I'm like, Hyper Hornet? So I think somebody's modified the Asogo F-18 on the PC, and they call it a Hyper Hornet, I think. I don't know. I think it's just a bunch of baloney, to be honest. I think somebody's got too much time on their hands and just comes up with some silly nonsense to say. So we have 154 nautical miles. That's all. I think that's all it is. Somebody knows we're streaming. They're like, ooh, I'm going to buzz them in the... Whatever, dude. Like Capu Stick, and Capu Stick would just fly off of our wing. He'd just fly formation, which I think is cool. Right? If you fly formation or whatever, it's fine. But when you're buzzing around, and I don't know who that person is. I've never seen them in my chat before, unless they've changed their name or something, or if it's the name of the person that was in my friend's stream on Friday. He was there both times. He was like all jonesing because he wanted to fly with us. He wanted to fly with Mick. He didn't want to fly with us. He only wanted to fly with Mick. It was like I didn't exist. And then when we did Farm Sim 22, he wanted to join our farm. And he was like, what's the server name? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, dude, it's like somebody was desperate for attention. So I don't know if that's the same thing with Magnon 54. I'm not sure who that is. Like, I don't recognize the name unless it's somebody that's followed me and I haven't seen their name or they changed their name. But I know somebody was doing that in Scruffy's stream. They were buzzing by in an F-18 or something, looking for attention. Oh, stay on the outside view. You know, so I don't know. But they seem like they've calmed down now. And I can't really do anything to stop them from being there. You know, I mean, the only thing we could do is change servers and all that. But no, it's fine. Call the police. I don't think they'd be like, yeah, we can't do that. Unless they were harassing us and getting in the chat and saying a bunch of silly stuff, then maybe it would warn them. If it ever got to that point, but I would just block them and report them for something. But no, it's fine. I just wasn't expecting it either. I think somebody just got a little. They oh, somebody's flying around here. Let me go join them. And that's fine. But if they were kept buzzing around, then I would just stay in here until they got tired of it, and then they just went on their own way. So. No, I know. Oh, a year or so ago, I had a lot of silly people in my chat that I just. Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of people who just don't have anything better to do with their time, other than to cause chaos for people in streaming. So no, it's fine. I think it's under control. But we're getting there. We only got a little bit more to go. 139 and then 166 after that. So we're getting there. We still haven't picked up the signal yet to tell us how far out we are and how much time we have left to get to our nav point there. So let's see what else. Oh yeah, so yeah, I just got to spend the time now that things are kind of getting back to normal enough that I can do the I can put some time in and do some fun stuff. I just got to put the time in for the to do some of those projects for a couple streamers, and like I said, it's just something fun. It's not anything serious or anything they could use for their channel. It's just something for viewers of the channel to enjoy privately, you know. So Yeah, kind of thinking about I think part of it is also Spider Steve. A lot of people during the pandemic got very comfortable with some things that normally they would not have done, and they kind of lost their sense of social. Well, what's the word I'm looking for? Their social awareness really deteriorated. You like the person from Switzerland asked me how old I was the other day when I was helping them in the Division 2, and I said, well, I remember something that Mick had said once before, which was, I'm old enough to buy beer. Let's just put it that way. And he said, well, you sound like you're like late 20s, early 30s. And I said, well, I'll take that as a compliment. I can tell you I'm older than that, but I won't give you an exact number. And part of it is people, I think there's people who are generally want to be friendly, but it's not a question that most people would, unless I know 10 years ago. See, yeah, but I think it's gotten worse. There's people, because of the pandemic, they were just miserable. And so instead of just channeling that energy into something more positive, they decided to share that misery, right? And it almost felt like some streams became almost like a therapy session, and so people just don't have that same. The social skills are just really terrible, right? They expect, oh, woe is me, I've got this problem, and they want people to say, well, if you think about it like this, or if you do X, Y, and Z, and but it's like the people that give that sort of feedback and say, well, if you thought about it like this, you're not a trained mental health specialist. You're trying to be nice because somebody's feeling kind of down, or everybody's struggling, and but after a while you're just like, that's why I joke when somebody might come into mixed stream, and I'm not going to name names. Oh, I feel like this. Well, it's going to start charging you 100 pounds per minute, right? And people laugh because they think it's a joke, but it's like, well, if you're going to turn somebody's stream into a therapy session, well, you should pay me for my time. I think that's reasonable. Now, normally most psychiatrists would probably charge $100 an hour, or maybe 200. I don't know, but yeah, it's very. I think people just forgot about, like their social skills really went out the window during the pandemic, and whatever social skills they had, they were like, screw it, I don't care anymore. I'm miserable, so the rules don't apply. The common sense doesn't apply. Like if somebody really wants to talk, I don't mind sitting down and listening. Now the question would be, do you want me to just listen, or do you want me to offer advice? It's two different things. If you're looking for my advice, okay, well, then I'll give you my best, what I think I would do in this situation. Otherwise, what's the point? What am I doing with my time? So but there's plenty of people that have asked for my advice, and I give it to them, and then they just flat out ignore it. Then I'm just like, well, what did you ask my advice for then? So, again, that word no is very powerful. All right, looks like we got a message here. The message says, approaching VNAV profile. Okay, so we got to start, let's start descending here a little bit. Well, first off, let's look at our airport and see what the, where is our airport altitude at? And I need to double check the altimeter. I don't know if I needed to update that or not. Yeah. Oh boy, that's a big update. Okay. Let's look at our. Let's look at the airport information. Airport altitude 21 feet above sea level. Okay.
Inches, please.
Setting 26 inches.
Okay. Get back to lecture. So yeah, I think that's the other thing too, is a lot of people use
checklist, please.
streaming as a bit of their own therapy.
Altimeters and flight instruments cross-checked. Seatbelt signs on. On. Engine blowers low.
All right, I'm going to start descending here. We have. Yeah, it still hasn't come up. 101 nautical miles to go. We're just going to get down to about 10,000 feet and cruise for a little while at 10, I think. Just drop some altitude. Might be going a little bit early here, but yeah, we'll go down to about 10,000 feet and then we'll level off there. And we'll set the cruise power again. We'll get the AFE to put the cruise power back on. Yeah, that's going to be my new question. If somebody says, "Can we talk?" Am I listening or am I offering advice? That's my two questions. Which one is it going to be? Or do you want a little bit of both? Just understand, you asked for that. I'm just making sure we're clear on what it is you want first. But yeah, I had a lot of, Spider, it was terrible. Before Captain Arash rated my stream, like the day actually he did, oh, it was a terrible day. Oh my god. I'm surprised he still talked to me. To be honest, I was having a really bad stream. Stuff just wasn't working like I thought it would. The flight plan was like the plane. I was in a A320. We were headed down to Orlando, and it was just like nothing was working that day. And I had a bunch of idiots in the chat just acting up, and because that was before I made affiliate, so I was streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and yeah, it was just like, yeah, it was terrible. It really was. I was just, oh, yeah, it was bad. but part of it was I hadn't really streaming for me. I was just kind of still getting into it, and so there was still a lot of stuff that I hadn't learned yet, and so it was a lot better once I kind of got things sorted. And between him and a few other people, Mick and Pulse, they kind of helped me sort some things out, and all that together, it just things finally improved to the point where I am now. And I get it. I'm not like not like a streaming professional, but I try to make it where people can come in and enjoy the stream. Try to make it enjoyable and fun, educational in a way. But I know on those days that I don't feel like that, I don't stream. I'll just be like, yeah, I gotta cancel because I'll be miserable, and then they're gonna be miserable, and it's just not gonna work very well for anybody. So, but yeah, I'm really happy about getting back to some kind of a schedule and all that. So, good stuff. It's nice to be back. Almost to 10. We're going to level off here in a minute. And then get back to the cruising power.
Set cruise power, please.
Setting cruise power.
But it's nice to be able to share, like, I have this big passion for, because I grew up building model planes and stuff, and I like to be able to share that with people.
Cruise power is set.
Let's go back to main here. Ah!
Cruise checks are complete.
Almost goofed it up. Luckily there was enough fuel flowing that it didn't shut the engines off completely. Whew. That could have ended very ugly. So yeah, I try to make it fun for everybody, and if whoever wants to come in, I don't care where you're from in the world. I don't care. All that stuff. If you want to be here, you can be here. If you want to fuss, you're not gonna be welcome. There's enough of that going on in the world right now. If you want to fuss, go pay a paid professional to fuss with. I just don't have the energy for it. Oh, I think where did our fighter escort go? I think our fighter escort gave up on us, Spider. Unless you see him somewhere. I don't see him anywhere. You see him anywhere? I think they gave up. I know they were back there, or they were kind of off to the right there, but I don't see him anymore. Yeah, they got bored. Yeah, they gave up. No, I mean, if they wanted to fly along, they're more than welcome to. I'm not going to sit there and showcase you doing loopy-loos around my plane. Stream that yourself. Oh, I can't stream. Oh, my voice. No, get over it. Spider took them down when we weren't looking. Yeah, maybe so. fighter sent one of the cabin crew in the back with a sniper rifle and blinked the engine, and that was it. But no, it's no. I like, people more than welcome to fly along. I used to be very adamant about, well, what if I'm flying a jetliner, you should fly a jetliner too. But then it's like, fly whatever you want. Door gunner, that's it, exactly. The door gunner. Mr. Sexy Pizza threw some not so sexy pizza at him. There we go. Like, this pizza's not sexy anymore. I gotta get rid of it. Speaking of Mr. Sexy Pizza, where is he? Where is that young man at? Is he having a power nap, maybe, for later on when you get on the trucking, maybe, Mick? Maybe that's what it is. He's having a power nap. Poor Joseph. Can't live with him, can't live without him. Well, thank you all again for flying along today. Really enjoyed it. We do have one more leg, 166 nautical miles to go. Yep, that's I think you did that. There's what you could put on for his little exclamation point Joss over on your Nightbot, Nick. Put, my name is Mr. Sexy Pizza. Give me your sexy pizza, or something like that. They call me Mr. Sexy Pizza. My name is Pizza. Sexy Pizza. Give me that. Oh boy, that was a new one. Between that and the, I swear that Hyper Hornet thing has still got my head spinning. Like, what? And I thought, okay, maybe they, for some people, Hyper is the same as Super. And I thought, okay, maybe that's what they're talking about. No, I don't get that sense. I think they were literally, they thought they had a Hyper Hornet. Oh, some people's kids. Some people's kids. Any minute now, he's going to pop into the chat. You know what he's going to say? He's going to use the word that just drives Bex right up the wall. Those you guys making me laugh too much. Stop it. My side hurts. Oh. he must be knocked out. He must be having a power nap. This is definitely well past lunchtime now. Maybe he's having his tea. Either there, he's had to run to the store for his mom. Why would we be talking to Dakar Center? We're not anywhere near Dakar. What in the... How is that possible? I would not have thought we would have been... There has to be a power now. Yeah. Well, see, I could have... Well, see, now that would make sense, Mick, if you guys had streamed last night. King Gamer 2023, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. I'm your host, the pilot, and Parasox Airline Captain, Uncle B. We're in the DC-6. We are en route to Abidjan, as it says in the description. Dakar to Abidjan. Although we just talked to Dakar Center. Although I don't know why. I mean, we're way far away from Dakar Center. I think we'd be talking to Abidjan Center. Something. Hold on a second. Something's not right. Traffic. Okay, I can still see Spike. Okay. That seemed kind of odd. That's kind of weird, though, that we just talked to... So yeah, we'll be back Wednesday morning, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC. Or no, 11:45 UK, 10:45 UTC. Where's the brake pedal? Why is pedal? What in the world? Why would pedal not be admit? What? Wow. Okay. You're fine. I just paused because I think I turned on like the real world traffic, and it's going to be too much of a headache to try to pay attention to when we're supposed to descend further and all that. 42 nautical miles of SPO. Still haven't picked up the VORD either. I'm wondering, well, it says it's supposed to be 11490. I think I got that right. Let's double check this. I was like, wait, pedal? Why would pedal not be enough? I don't know. There must be multiple uses for words that I haven't even heard about yet. I don't know. One more leg to go, and then we're on the ground, folks. I can't wait till we get some liveries for this. I'm hoping. I don't think it'll be this week. I think it's going to be the next week or so. But I just want to see something different than this monstrosity of livery. Nothing against PNDG. I'm not trying to be negative, but this is just ugh. like driving a Ferrari painted like a Pinto. They just don't go to. They're just two separate things. But I am overall. I am pretty pleased with this plane. It's fantastic. Really satisfied with my purchase overall. And that's all I can say about it. Satisfied. Although they didn't guarantee my satisfaction, I can tell you. They did not. There was no guarantees of anything. But if they had, I would say they met their guarantee. But they did not guarantee me. But I am satisfied. There you go. Like I have to wonder, honestly, Steve, who put the word pedal on the list of terms that need to be approved? Like what? Where did that? How did that happen? I have to. Where did that? Who made that decision? So you really need to reevaluate their life, I think. Really? Pedal? What other possible meaning could there be for pedal? Like I can understand the word knob, but pedal? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know, maybe because it's Monday, Steve. The Monday bot took over. I think that's what it is. Monday, the bot's pissed off and it's back to work. Like, I'm just gonna ban like the craziest words ever. Pedal. Got him. That'll teach him to make me work on a Monday. I love it when I go somewhere like on a Monday, like you go to the bank and people, oh, sorry, my computer's taking. I know it's Monday. Nothing likes to work on Monday. Not even the computers. It's okay. I got it. Technology sucks, especially on Mondays and Fridays. Stuff does not want to work. You might as well just call in and say, I'm not coming to work. I know the computer's not going to work on Monday or Friday. We just work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. miles. I'm surprised we have. Oh, there it is. 6 minutes. All right. And we're going to turn towards. Oh, actually, I need that heading. 085. Okay. I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense, right? Well, we were like almost right on that VOR DME before it finally showed us our estimated time of arrival at the VOR. It's crazy. Craziness. Absolute craziness. Boy, got the carbs heated up there just a little bit. Where's Steve go? Oh, there he is. Like just a moment ago, you were like right over there. Now all of a sudden you're over there. What happened? Are you getting ready to land here in a moment, Steve? Look like you are. Well, you're still pretty high up if you're getting ready to land. That's okay. Maybe you're gonna just nose it over and dive for the airport. Darn bug crawled over. Oh, yeesh. That's cool. The bug has a foot fetish. Well, it's summertime in most places. You just never know now with the weather that the bugs do some crazy things at this time of year. Well, the laptop seems to have calmed down now, so I don't know. I did make a couple quick changes on some stuff, and so now I think it's things have been back to normal. So I think whatever it was, the problem's been solved. Probably a lizard. Oh, I tell you, I saw some of the. Speaking of bugs, when I was in Panama for 2 weeks, we went down there to. I think I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again for the new viewers. We went down when I was in the National Guard. We went down to help. There was some villages that they had built roads so that the villagers could trade goods and all that. And so we went down to basically, they'd put pipes from one side of the road to the other, but we capped the pipes for drainage, right? And the bugs down there are insane. Like, there was a bug that literally was like a flying Volkswagen Beetle bug. That's what we called it. It's like, oh, here comes the Volkswagen in the air. It was like this, just, crazy stuff. We saw this huge wolf spider, which I think is a variation, if I remember correctly, it's a variation of the tarantula. Huge. I mean, this thing is just like, you see that, you're just like, most people would just pass out like, oh my god. It's like a horror movie almost, right? Oh man, this is the strangest stuff ever. And that was back when I was a combat engineer, right? But in the aid station, they had a whole board of different bugs that they put in the aid station, and they had like the name of the bugs and all that. And they just had some of the strangest stuff. Like, oh my god, it was insane. Yeah, there's stuff on that board that most people just like look at it and go, boop, they just pass right out. They're like, oh, this is not possible. There was a moth that had we called it like it was like a stealth bomber. Right? Honestly, that's what it looked like. It was all wing in this tiny body. It was strange. Yeah, it's just some of the weirdest stuff. But yeah, when you see it, like we were working on a pipe one time, and we saw a wolf spider, and everybody's just like, you know what? Let's just leave it alone. We'll come back to this one tomorrow. We're not going to bother it. Let's just go. Yeah, it was crazy, but It was a fantastic 2 weeks. I'll never forget that. That was, and I mean I tried some. I mean the villagers made like these beef burrito kind of things, but I don't think they were really called burritos. They were something else. But we get like a bunch of them. They were small, almost like a hot pocket, I guess, in a way. And they wrap it up like in the. It was almost like a tamale. There we go. Not a burrito, but a tamale because they wrapped it up in the corn husk. The corn, and all that. But yeah, it was. We had you just had some money and you just give them like $5 and they just give you a handful of them. And we probably shouldn't have eaten it, but they were so delicious. They weren't like spicy or anything, but it was like a welcome change from MREs for lunch. Yeah, really friendly people. Everybody that we did get a chance to interact with, but yeah, the bugs were something else. Crazy stuff. But yeah, tropical settings like that, I think they always have like their own weird bug species, I guess. Yeah, it was an amazing time. I really enjoyed it. And we did good. I mean, our unit actually did the most work for the 2 weeks we were there. We did the most work of any other engineer unit that went down there to help with the drainage and all that, or for those roads. It just may have been that we were lucky that we had good weather pretty much the entire time, whereas the other units didn't. Their weather was probably not so hot, but or maybe it was either too hot or it was just raining too much and they weren't able to. Because we built the forms by hand for the caps, and we did and then poured the concrete and set it all. So it may have been that when they went, there was just no way to do it. Maybe they just had too much inclement weather. But yeah, we lucked out and had really good weather the entire time. The only regret, we were going to try to go down and see the Panama Canal zone, but we weren't able to go down there. But that was on our. We had hoped to do that, but we didn't get a chance to do it. But yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed that time. I wish I'd taken if I'd taken pictures and still had them, I would have posted them. But all the bugs and stuff, and, freak people out. I don't know whatever happened to those villages over the years. If they are still there, if they got flooded or something. No, I don't know. We all there was one of the towns or one of the villages they had built a schoolhouse, and we all pitched in and got supplies for the kids for school stuff like pencils and paper, stuff like that. Good stuff. Good times. Alright, let's see what our... Looks like we're heading away from the... Yep. We're still tuned in there to that VORDME behind us. I think should be pointing. Well, technically that one is pointing behind us, I think. Yep, it is. But I haven't found it yet. Doesn't. Oh! Sorry. Alright, 143 nautical miles to our destination. We'll get a little bit closer, we'll drop some more altitude and get ready to land. Thank you all once again for coming in and hanging out. Hope you've enjoyed it. I probably just passed over and just kept on going. It already had its plans for the day. You know. It was like, oh, let's go freak this human out. Watch this. And he's sitting over there in a corner laughing with his friends. Oh. Mick, you might have to wake Joseph up now so he doesn't miss the landing. Joseph, wake up! Joseph, it's time to wake up. It's almost dinner time anyway. Wash your hands and comb your hair. Get a little bit closer and we'll start dropping some more altitude here in just a moment. I don't want to drop too much too soon. Yep, 2-1. That is correct. Sorry. Yep, runway 21. I almost said highway 21. All right, 123 nautical miles. We'll get a little bit closer and we'll start dropping. We got plenty of time. And then we'll we'll hand fly the rest of the way in once we're a little bit closer and get our assignment to runway 21 there. Yeah, according to METAR, let's see, we are going to, let me make sure that, I think runway 21 is still the preferred runway. Yep. 8-knot headwind with a 6-knot crosswind. I think the wind is still coming off the water here. I should update my altimeter real quick. We haven't done that in a bit. Okay. I think that's what it's been for a little while, but it's always good to check again just to make sure. Alright, I think we can go ahead and start descending a little bit more here.
"26 inches, please."
Setting 26 inches. "26 inches set.
Descent checklist, please.
Altimeters and flight instruments cross-checked. Seatbelt signs on. On. Engine blowers low. Low. Descent checks are complete.
Have a nice steady descent there. Let's see. Let's open up the ATC menu. Let's see if we're anywhere near. Oh. Pedro is still behind us. Guess if we had to turn around and go back, we could. Not quite there yet. Get the tell them we're coming in for a landing on 2-1. There's 8 nautical miles. Still got a bit to go. Nice steady descent there. Boy, pretty high cloud cover. Looks like there's a storm right over here. Look at that. I think I'm going to step away for just a moment real quick, folks. I'll be right back. I'll leave you out here as we descend. And yeah, we'll be on the ground here soon before we know it. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything? See, Joseph's still asleep. Hasn't come into the chat. Must really tuckered him out the other day, Mick, somehow. All right, let's see. We have 94. Let's see if we're on the list yet. There it is, way, way out there. Left traffic 2-1. Okay, just as I expected. And of course, now my co-pilot is gone silly. I don't know why. I think we'll go down to about 5,000 feet and then we'll level off there. Well, I did overload the tanks, but I guess it's better that I did. Otherwise, we might have gotten a little bit low on fuel by now. I don't know. I never know how it's supposed to work. I feel like on the climb out we would have burned a lot more fuel than we did. But maybe we did more because we were all over the place last time. We just wasted a lot of fuel getting back on track and all that, getting the plane sorted out. That's all right. Landing lights on. We like to be a well-lit plane. It's important. Oh yes, right. Was it down there? Yeah, we'll use whatever we got. It's fine. Knowing my luck, I'd overdo it and then we'd run out of fuel. Again, it said knob. What? I thought I approved that already. Oh boy, I tell you, this thing is really on my nerves today, Steve. I thought that was already an approved term. I thought we had an understanding. Oh man. Boy, maybe you're right. I don't think the Nightbot likes you very much today, Steve. See, I even have to allow. Boy, it is really. Whew. What is going on? Oh. I do want to watch it. Is it the beloved Falcon X? Falcon 9 or Falcon 9 launched, and they're gonna land it right on the ground again for another successful landing on land. I love watching that whole thing when after the launch. That's all I want to see is that booster get on the ground. Yeah, the Falcon. I love that. That is the most amazing thing I think I could ever see is watching that. All right, 74 nautical miles. I think we're going to level off here in just a moment. No, I did not. Steve? It doesn't surprise me. Alright. Near in 5, we're just going to level off here for a bit. Well, let's go to 4. The heck with it. We'll go down to 4,000 feet, and then I think that should set us up for a good entry right into our pattern entry there for Abidjan. Oh, wow. Well, it happens, you know. If you're going to play with rockets, you got to expect some problems. It's not a perfect system. Human error does come into play sometimes. Wake up, little Joseph, wake up. We're almost going to land soon, and I think you want to see it. So rub the sleep out of your eyes. Wash your face, wash your hands, comb your hair. Wake up, little Joseph. We're almost there. Where else can you get this kind of entertainment for the low price of free? He even got a song. He didn't even ask for a song, and he got a song. Well, how about that? Well, thank you all once again for coming in and hanging out today. Enjoyed having everybody here. Nice to see you all. We'll be back Wednesday, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UK, 10:45 UTC in the DC-6. Got a couple flights for Wednesday. Friday, same time, same channel. In the F-14, we're going to go down to Eglin Air Force Base in the Rim Reapers liveried F-14 Bravo. Leveling off here at about 4,000 feet. We'll just keep it at descent power. All right, 58 nautical miles to go. I don't believe there is a... Is there some kind of I think there's a VOR name here. I don't see any kind of... Nope. Alright. Just want to make sure we weren't missing any kind of information there. We could dial in. I think what we're going to do is we're going to keep this on flight plan so we just know roughly how much farther we got to go. Still showing 2985. Was on the news last week. There's so much stuff that happens sometimes, Steve. I don't catch everything that happens around the world. I try to keep on top of stuff like that just to, because it is interesting stuff, I think. But I guess I can go to cruise power because then we would speed up a little bit, but then I feel like we'd run out of... We'd eat up that distance very quickly. I don't think we'd be really set up for success here for landing. It'd be a fight to get the plane slowed down. Now, Steve, have you tried using like the approach stuff like in range? Is it set like your start to set your flaps and all that? Does it work, or is it better to fly manually and not trust the flight engineer on the way in? Or would I hit that button as we were closer to the airport, and then it should set me up for landing? You know, start dropping flaps and slowing the plane down and all that. Because normally something like this, although I might be goofing it up, would be, you know, would it be better to try this or not? $46 miles. I mean, I could pull up the checklist again and see what the checklist says is the appropriate time for use the approach mode and all that. Okay, after leveling off, alright, so 500 feet above level off altitude, which is 3,000 feet above destination elevation or proper procedure altitude. Decrease sync rate, manually or go or gyro pilot to level off. Trim for level flight or use gyro pilot's altitude hold. Okay, so it says when we're in range, the AFE manages power settings, fuel pump, some switches. Players do not need to manage power. Alright, so we're not quite at 3,000. We need to be at like 3,000 feet, not 4. So we need to go another 1,000 feet below. Just set up for proper approach. Let me get back to the chat here, so I'm not ignoring. I have used it in the past. In range is level before approach. We did descend a bit early. Okay, yeah, I just realized we're still a little bit high. We need to go a little bit lower because the altitude of the airport is 21 feet above sea level. So if we get down to about 3,000 feet, we should be better off in that respect. Although it seems like we're just not wanting to go yet. All right, there we go. It's like we start and then it kind of fumbles a bit here. Okay, so we slowed down early, but we just need to be a little bit lower than where we are. So we could use that to eat up the rest of the distance there, just about. We got 36 nautical miles. We need to drop just under 1,000 feet to get leveled off at. Oh yeah, it's like it's not wanting to go. It starts and then it kind of just starts to not want to go any lower. But I'm curious though, will it set the flaps? That's the question. Or will it handle the flaps on the landing gear, or do I have to still manage that myself? Before landing sets flaps. Okay. The before landing part sets the flaps at 20, and then I have to manage it myself. Okay. Before landing also lowers. Okay. All right, thank you. I've not used it before. I just usually fly it the rest of the way in manually, but we'll give it a shot this time. So we're not quite in range yet. We're getting there. We got 27 nautical miles. We're going to level off here at 3,000 feet. Almost there. A little bit lower and we'll be fine. There we go. That'll work. So if are we technically in range now, Spider? Can I go ahead and switch on to in range? And then it'll continue to set the aircraft up.
Cooling turbine. Normal.
Thank you.
Fuel booster pumps. On low. Fuel tank selectors. Mains on, crossfeed off. Hydraulic bypass valve. Down. No smoking signs. On. In-range checks complete.
I like it. Ugh, the old crusty salute for that one. I like that. That gives me a little fuzzy feeling there. All right, so we should be seeing the pattern entry coming up, I think. So when I fire if I fired the autopilot right now, for instance, right, I should be able to fly the plane manually to the right a little bit and turn in left. Is that a pretty fair understanding? I should be able to do that. And the AFE will still do its thing without the autopilot on? Wait, is that a correct reading of the situation? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because normally by now I would have started firing systems and taking over myself. But we're gonna try this. We'll see how we do. All right, 16 nautical miles, just under 17 to go. Airport should be to our left, the port side. If you understand such terms. Such nautical nonsense. Alrighty. And then once we turn into the pattern entry there, we'll now see, that's the question's going to be, because I would think by now I would have my pattern entries, but sometimes they don't show up until a little bit later for some reason. But we may still be a little too far out, but we should start to see them. We're 14 nautical miles. Okay. Any minute now, I would expect that we'll see them through the clouds. All right, let me grab the flight stick here to get ready to manually fly this. Set the regular controller down. All right. Adjust myself, sorry. All right. Let's keep an eye on the distance there. Just under 12. So we should see them any moment now, I would think. But it might be on the other side. Maybe we'll see it once we get into the clouds there. I put the lights on. It might get a little dark here on the flight deck. All right. Going to get peppered with rain here in a second. Now I would have expected to at least see the pattern entry by now. We're well within 10 nautical miles of the airport. Come on, pattern entry, where are you? The airport's like just over here somewhere. All right. Yeah, there's the airport there. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. There's our airfield, our runway's down that way, right there. So I'm going to fly past this, and then I'm going to turn off the autopilot. I'm going to swing back around and try to come in parallel to our runway. And then, the only problem being is yeah, alright, I think I got a plan. Yeah. Alright. Altitude hold off. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the other. Okay. All right. Let me. Okay. Alright folks, I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat, but I'm going to probably miss some stuff, so I apologize in advance if I do. Catch up with the chat once we're on the ground. Let me look outside real quick. So yeah, we gotta really kind of hustle back around to the right there. See, it doesn't help when when that stuff doesn't pop up like you expect it to. And it's just like, great, now I gotta kind of figure it out myself. So, do we climb a little bit? No, now we're dropping altitude. Okay. Steve, should I go ahead and hit the before landing now, just so that we're kind of set up for success now, and then we can adjust the flaps as needed? Is that a good idea? Not till I'm on final. Oh, okay. Not till I'm on final. Yikes. Okay. That might be kind of hard to do without these pattern entries to. Oh, I'm really dropping altitude now. Got to really get back on the. Hold the. All right, let me see if I can't. Let me do this. Airport direction. All right. Okay, I'll get too slow if I'm not descending. Okay. Well, I don't want to descend too much because otherwise then I'm going to... I think I'm going to be like not where I need to be, but... Alright. So if I keep it about 500 foot per minute descent or thereabouts, then I should be okay as far as speed goes and all that. See, the tricky part is trying to do all this and manage, keep the plane flying correctly. Although I could probably drop some. There we go. Ooh, oh, yeah. Ooh, boy, that really did it. So nice descent, but we don't want it to be too fast. Okay, now, see, this is going to be the part that I'm going to goof up on because the pattern entry hasn't shown up. That's my biggest fear right there. And I know it should because I have it on, but it's, oh boy, we are really, boy, we really nosed over quick there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have a bad feeling. See, without the pattern entry, I'm lost. I'm sorry, I really am. I don't know. And because of this weather, I'm losing the airport very quickly. And I don't... See, and now because my co-pilot's not talking either, I have to like I'm trying to manage everything on my own, and it's not really working for me. See, like the plane's just, it's way too low now. I'm losing the airport very quickly. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and put on the before landing.
Flaps 20.
Setting flaps 20.
Okay, maybe now the plane will kind of settle down. All right, did it. Oh my God, I'm way low. Holy crap. I feel like I'm coming in way too fast.
20 flaps set.
Mixtures rich, please.
Auto rich.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mixture
miss.
set.
I'm way off the
Gear
line.
up and down, please.
Gear up and down.
Yep. Yep, I'm gonna crash it. Oh my God. This
Gear
is
down and locked.
ridiculous.
3 greens.
Props.
2400 RPM.
I don't know
2500
why
RPM
it just suddenly
Cow
does not
flaps.
want to work with
Plus
like
3
my
degrees.
my co-pilot
Cow
stops
flaps set.
talking. My
ADI off. ADI is off.
Landing
stuff
lights.
just does not want to.
Speed good.
Like I'm
Extending
trying.
lights.
I got the nose
Lights
way
extended
up.
and on.
Car beat.
Car beat cold.
God, this is insane.
Set cold. Before landing checks complete.
Yeah, I shouldn't have hit that button yet. That's my bad. We're gonna. This is gonna be a freaking miracle if we get on the ground safely. Honestly. I don't even know where the runway is now compared to where I am. I cannot pick out the runway. Turn to 30. Yeah, see, I don't have like my... See, like it says, like I'm turning towards the airport, but I know the final heading is 207. Okay, let me see if I can... Like I'm just missing the airport altogether. See, I'm afraid that I'm not lined up on the runway and I cannot see the yeah, I'm still not getting the airport or the runway in time. All right, there's the runway there. I know the final heading is 207. But without some kind of a any kind of a pickup to anything that tells me where I need to be, like it doesn't want to. I cannot find the oh, hold on a second, let me get rid of that. Okay, yeah, I do, I know how to shoot an ILS, but I don't. The problem is, Steve, I don't have, like, if I try to try to do everything manually right now, put all this stuff in, the plane's going to nose over and I'm going to be dead. For lack of a better term. I'm sorry, folks, I'm not trying to get upset, but it's like these systems don't work like they're supposed to. Not saying that the PMDG, the DC-6 is not working, but the stuff that I expect to see for in the sim that are supposed to help me are not showing up, and I know I have those systems on, right? I keep those on just so that it makes it a little bit easier, but the fact that it's like not, like giving me the information correctly when I need it. So I'm flying a bit all over the place now, and this is a new thing for me. I'm not too sure why. I know it's 207. All right, so I think if I kind of follow you and Steve, I'll get it this time. Thanks. But I'm flying this like a fighter plane right now, it seems like. Alright, we're going to get this on the ground here, one way or the other. We're not really approaching correctly here. It's going to be it's a bit of a mess, really. Ooh, boy, I'm really way off the line here. All right, boy, that was. I should have set up an ILS. I know there's an ILS approach for this runway. I'm positive of that. But yeah, it's just like it did not. I could not get the because I have the pattern entry stuff set.
Flaps 20.
Setting flaps 20.
Okay, turn it off. Okay. Yeah, it was not giving me the stuff correctly at the time that I was expecting it. That was the tricky part. And so I'm like, I can't find the airport because my pattern stuff was not showing up. And I know I should be able to fly without it. I get it, but it's like, it really helps me get lined up and practice for knowing what to do and when to do it. I guess that's the only way that I can say it that makes sense. All right, on behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Abidjan. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know about nice. We got there, but barely. it's really kind of frustrating when this stuff just suddenly turns off and stops working, and there's no like rhyme or reason for it. I know by now I should be able to fly a downwind left entry to an airport and then do my final approach stuff, but yeah, that was really difficult, and maybe because I was trying to manage everything on my own, like my co-pilot stops working, stops talking, and all that, so I don't know. All right, that's off. Yeah, can I get there? See? It's like my co-pilot just stops working after a while. Yeah, I could not find that runway. Alright, there we go. Oof, that was crazy. Sorry, Steve, I'll get you out the runway here in a second. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have flown with the live weather, and I would have been able to find the runway a lot sooner than I did. But it was like going past and then trying to turn back towards the airport and flying that downwind left and trying to figure out, like imagine in my mind where things were. And it's just like when you go past and there's like this hazy sort of weather right here, light rain, fog, something or other. It makes it very difficult to pick out the airport, But we made it. Yeah, exactly, Steve. Thanks. I appreciate your help. I wasn't trying to get frustrated, but it was just like I was turning, and every time I think I was lined up for the airport, that it was like the runway was way below, or like I was nowhere near getting it centered for landing. But I know what I should have done. There is an ILS approach for this runway, I believe, and I should have just gone with that instead. But yeah, we made it, so I appreciate it. All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and see. This is another one of those weird things. Like the throttle doesn't always sit at 0. Like it kind of jumps. All right, now it's powering down. Correct. That's another one of those sticky things with the flight stick that I have, I think. All right. How did I do it before? I know we just cut the fuel off. And I think I have to cut something else off. This almost... Oh, that's emergency power. Never mind. There we go. All right. I got to practice some more with that, but that's the second time when we've done a bit of a long flight last time when we landed there in Dakar, we had the same problem, and then stuff didn't show up until yeah. I think there is an ILS approach. Let me just look at this airport again. Approaches. There should be an ILS 21. There is. Yep. That's what I should have set up for. And then if we I don't know if there's a star or not. But I could have done that and then activated the approach. You know, and done that instead, which would have guided me right on into the airport, and then I could have done, the plane would have been flying itself technically the entire, on the way in and all that. But it's a learning process, and we can't always, use the ILS. That's what I should have done, and I thought, it'll be fine. Yeah, well, the weather had different plans, right? Yeah, so it's okay. We got there, and thanks, Steve, for sticking around and helping me out. I appreciate it. Sorry once again, folks, if I was getting a little snappy in the chat or in the voice chat, but trying to learn, trying to get better. That's all. Yeah, I think I kind of know, Steve. I know, like, you pick the approach and you hit um it's the where it says hold on, activate approach or whatever, right? Or you do that, and then as long as you have the autopilot on, it'll fly to that first nav point, and then it'll set the aircraft. Yeah, I should have done that. That's for Wednesday. We'll leave the live weather on. I'll show you guys real quick what we're gonna do on Wednesday, and then we'll wrap this up for the day because it's already my lunchtime, and I'm a little bit long in the tooth for something to eat. So, Wednesday morning we're gonna take off from here, and we're gonna head to. I think our next destination will be. See, I'm already causing problems. Right here. Murtala Muhammad. We're going to land here at this airport, and we're going to use one VOR DME that's right around here. Or thereabouts, I think. Maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's elsewhere. I forget. But anyway, we're going to use one VOR DME along the way. And so this should have ILS approaches. I think ILB and ILA are the ILS approaches. I think LB and LA are the RNAV approaches, maybe. But anyway, we're going to land there, and then we're going to refile, and we're going to go across here to Malabo. There's an airport there, and there's an ILS approach there. So I'll go over. I think I know how to do it, but I'll double check, and then put in for the approach into, if we have a pattern entry, the arrival. When we're at a certain point, we'll put the arrival portion and all that in, and then it'll be I'll activate all that stuff, and then it'll just take us right on in. So if we have bad weather, we'll make it there anyway, and it'll help me. It should line me up. It won't be a pattern left or right. It'll just be. It should be straight in. Should be the stuff. So that's the plan. So we'll do that, and we'll do those 2 flights on Tuesday. So, it's already getting dark there. So it'll definitely be near. Well, we should definitely have everything wrapped up well before evening time. So, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do on Wednesday. Then Friday, We're going to go from Oceana right there in the F-14. We're going to take off and head down to Eglin Air Force Base, which is right there's Pensacola. Where'd Pensacola go? There's Pensacola. So Eglin should be right there. That's where we're going to head to in the F-14. So for Friday. So if you want to fly along with either one, you got some time to think about it. Everybody's more than welcome to join in if you want to. So don't be shy. Don't be afraid. Don't be Mr. Sexy Pizza. Don't be like Mr. Sexy Pizza. Anyway, I'm kidding, of course. Anyway, let's wrap this thing up because it's gone on for a long enough time, I think, this morning. So it's I got to eat and get myself sorted for the afternoon. So I will see you in Truck Sim, Mick, on your stream. Looking forward to that. And I do hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Monday morning, afternoon, evening, early Tuesday. For some folks around the world already, it might even darn near be, it might be darn near time to thanks, Spider Steve. Thank you again for the help. You're greatly appreciated. Thank you again to King 4 Gamer 2023 for the follow earlier. Love you, bye, Mella. Appreciate it, Mick. Great to see you here as always as well. I think Joseph might still be asleep. Who knows? But anyway, do enjoy the rest of your Monday morning, afternoon, evening, early Tuesday, somewhere for some folks around the world. I have been and always shall be your host and Parasox Airline Captain Uncle B. Until Wednesday, peace, live long and prosper.